Greetings, folks. Welcome back to another episode of Grim Dawn, Dawn of Masteries. First, I'll take the opportunity to apologize for my lateness. I was still a little bit groggy. Also, I still had to do a lot of stuff to get the YouTube ready today. So please forgive me. I mean, you're not obligated to, but you know what I mean. I'm asking. Second, I apologize for the lack of face cam today, but I'm not feeling it. I am in shorts and a t-shirt, and that is not good enough for presenting my face. But I am here. And yes, I do want to stream before anyone asks. Finally, introductions are in order. I'm Coin, or Swirling Vortex. Really, you could call me either, or you could call me Steven. Take your pick. And we are in the process of wrapping up the... Well, I should say wrapping up. We probably got about another episode before that really happens. As we're going to be trying to do the optional stuff all at the same time. We're going to try to wrap up the game today. And if we don't do it, or not the game, the base game, like Grim Dawn, just regular Grim Dawn, not the Ashes of Malmouth, and not the Forgotten Gods. So those are going to be, I have no idea. That'll be fun. I've also not played ahead, so I have read, and boy do we have some tough decisions we got to make. I know the ones I'm going to make, but I'll talk about why they're tough. And all kinds of other fun stuff. We've got a lot of sweet things to try to cover today. But so without further ado, let's just get started. And I've chosen to start by talking to Father Kaiman. Also, before continuing onward, we have not leveled up since the last time. We've played, grand total 2 weeks. Again, I'm really just sorry about dropping the ball on that. Last week was just a mess, and I nearly messed it up again today. But we have them, the sacred ashes of Empyrean, the ashes of Archon Bartholom, devout follower of the Lightbringer. Let us go talk to Father Kaiman. I forget what voice I gave you. Have you dealt with the Order's followers and recovered the sacred ashes? Yes. We do in fact have them, Father Kaiman. Empyrean's will was done this day. You have done well, my chosen. With the ashes in our possession, we have brought forth a harbinger of Empyrean's will. Together we shall bring righteous fire down upon the impure and the corrupt. Thanks to your effort, we now have a formidable new ally, a manifestation of Archon Bartholom himself. What is that spirit doing here? Archon Bartholom is the burning retribution of Empyrean himself. Using the ashes you recovered, I was able to manifest him from the celestial realm. He is dedicated to Empyrean as the day he died. He shall be a formidable ally in the battles ahead. You called this spirit? It sounds like necromancy. Do not mistake what we do for the Order's misguided attempt at controlling death. Archon Bartholom is a divine being called back from his celestial rest by Empyrean himself. Still sounds like necromancy. I think we're letting the Freudian slips out here, Father Kaiman. What is next for the Chosen? Before I entrust you with a mission of utmost importance, your mettle must first be tested through a veritable trial by fire. Dude, I just got you your ashes, and you like to test me again? Okay. Are you prepared for what's to come? What is Empyrean's next will? And it better not look like necromancy. There are many layers to the Forsaken Void, filled with ashes and misery. But one such place houses a fiend known as Bangargoth. From within its obsidian throne, this void spawn sends forth his armies to spread havoc and suffering upon Cairn. This will not stand. Prove your worth to me, Chosen. Enter the void through a rift at the plains of strife to the north of Fort Ikon. Brave the forsaken wastes and enter the obsidian throne. Destroy Bangargoth and return to me. He shall be slain. You stand before the harbinger of the Lightbringer. I've got questions. Speak, mortal. What or who are you? I am Archon Bartholom, servant of the Lightbringer and harbinger of the divine flame. This world shall be cleansed by my fire. I have another question. Now that you're here, what will you do? That seems self-evident, but I will bring the wrath of Empyrean upon those who would defile Cairn, beginning with the taint that infecting the necropolis. What is that, the necropolis? Oh, you know, undead things. A gathering of darkness, the cult of Chthon, and its minions have come together in great numbers. For what purpose it matters not, all shall burn. More questions. What is Empyrean's will? Cleanse the world of the impure. Incinerate the heretics in righteous fire. Never mind. Are we sure we're the good guys in this scenario? I don't know. Yeah, this gets more complicated the more I think about it. I think a lot of people do end up choosing the Order of Death's Vigil. Sounds less heretical. At the very least, more mired in reality. Also, this is kind of like... It's necromancy adjacent. You're calling a spirit, but you're not binding it to service, which I guess is the real difference. One wants to come back. The other doesn't really care whether it does or doesn't. But that is neither here nor there. So let's get out of here and return. So luckily for us, in regards to the Rawari legacy, we do have one of those quests, one of those locations does tie in with the legacy. Like the Obsidian Throne. You're going to find the wastes, one of the wastes there. As for the other one, that's actually back here somewhere. I say back here, but it's right in Astrakarn Road. And it's really gonna find everything you need somewhere in this area. Trying to make sure I have not forgotten something. Yeah, why don't we go try to find it? So, the way that the Rawari, that is a hard word to say. Where is this shrine? It's like right here. Something like that. So, the spawn locations for the components, like the Rune Stone of Mogdraken, or their spirit, those are random. Like, the region is guaranteed, but the but as where exactly it is random. So we have to, like, find it. I do have a map pulled up in the event that becomes necessary. I hope it does not. That was what the reading beforehand was for. Which is another reason of why I was kind of late today. I wanted to make sure I actually spent the time to look ahead at what I was doing. And oh boy, we got some choices we gotta make. And I wouldn't say they're necessarily bad choices, but you're going to see why I find them difficult to make. That's probably what I want to say, is we're gonna find some of them really quite hard to make. How's everyone doing today? Hopefully everybody is alright. I'm alright, I guess. I'm a little bit still a little bit sore from what was it, Wednesday? Yeah, I'm still a little bit sore from that. And I've got some, I'm nursing a cup of coffee right now. I thought I had, right, swapping weapons, which you can accidentally do by pressing W, will turn your auras off because they're associated with the weapons you have. Just be careful, folks. Please don't start crashing. So I hope to get a lot done in 4 hours. I'm gonna do my best to try to go fast, because I'd like to get to DLC sometime soon. Because we're gonna have a whole summer, and I'd like to actually start another project over the course of the summer. Now, I have thought about this. Normally, when I think about opening up extra streaming days during summer term, I think about this from the perspective of Twitch, but I have you guys to think about now. So what I thought of is over summer, that I will have an extra streaming day available for YouTube content, and we could start another project on that day. Really, for me, I'm already used to playing a variety of games, so switching between platforms and, you know, learning different control schemes isn't difficult as long as I'm consistently playing the same games. I also have to think about my Discord peeps as well. I don't know. I foresee a lot of streaming at some point in the future. Because I do want to offer, like, Discord exclusives. Oh, God. Yep, I knew that would probably happen. Nothing to do but get back on that old horse and try again. But, yeah, I am thinking about, you know, floating an extra stream day or two, once May the 11th strikes. May the 11th, I think, is like a Monday, if I'm not mistaken. Or maybe it's like a Tuesday. It's one of those 2 days. My final exams I'll be taking my final exams that day. And I'll be ready for the term to be over. And I will probably get some extra stream days going once I figured out, you know, thumbnails and, you know, where I want to stream when at any given time. Because I've got technically three platforms to consider. I've got Discord, I've got Twitch, I've got you guys here at YouTube, who I'm going to focus on today. And I've got people on Discord, because one of the perks I have for my Discord is, you know, custom content not available to either platform. I don't know. I don't know. I'm still really trying to eke out exactly what I want my benefits to look like. Let's park a rift right here. I don't really care that about where I parked last time. Because there's a rift, we're going to teleport away. Oh. Yeah, that bleeding is very profuse. I would like to get some resistance to it, so I'm not bleeding out every, you know, 5 seconds, but it can't be helped. Really? You went all the way over there for a target? Alright. Let's get our grave marker back. And let's get the shrine. Beautiful. So for those who don't know what we're doing, like in terms of our build, I'll just kind of use the opportunity to remind folks. We are primarily a Synth. We are a lightning build for the most part. We do have a couple of tools to help us out. We have Magma Tempest, which kind of helps, you know, spread our damage out. And it does disrupt some skills. It also has a chance for enemies to fumble stuff. We also have Ice Bomb. We're a secondary elementalist. And Ice Bomb is there for a space tool. It's there to freeze things. Really, now because of the way that it's been fixed, it's more like... It really is more of an extra crowd control tool than anything else. Yeah, that's pretty much our build. We are a hardcore caster. We want to... We have no problem moving around or controlling space. Our preference, of course, is to try to just control space and shred things before they make their way to us, but sometimes that can't be helped. Kill the non-believer, you say? Okay, so here is Mogdragon's ruined shrine. Ruined and needs to be restored. Yep. So we have an ancient heart, but we need a spirit, and we need the rune stone. Good to know. So we found the shrine. We'll be able to get the rune stone somewhere around here. We just gotta look for it. And I might even have to use Alt to make sure I can see it. But the other thing, the other item, the spirit, we won't really be able to get until we go to the Obsidian Throne. I'm just wanting to kind of eliminate this portion of it now because we ran through the area and didn't find it. But I like that things are picking up. Like, I can tell that this is supposed to be a really tense part of the game. Just doing the alt check. This really was supposed to be the tense part of the game where you're nervous about what's happening. You're nervous. You're not sure if you'll survive. Like, in so many other RPGs, when you meet a moment like this and you know it comes to be resolved, you end up dying. Like the hero's life is usually an associated cost. Makes things more interesting that way. But these days, I think it's pretty cliche to have the hero constantly offer up their own life all the time. Surely there have to be some other costs. Whether that be in the form of, oh, these characters also don't survive, or, you know, the world is permanently modified, because of the events that took place. Kind of like, I wonder, does D4, like Diablo 4, take place right after Diablo 3, or the ramifications of D3 are involved? Because D3 had a pretty unfortunate storyline. And you're really left wondering about what happened to a particular character. Like, we never see them again. Or were we to assume that that was that character's price for having did what she did in that character? Or in that particular act, in the final act? I don't know. Alright, I thought for sure it was right here. I'm going to refer to my source material. Give me just one moment. But although if you do want to know what what I'm doing, you can always just look at the you know, the wiki. I think it's this command. Really? It's that. I thought it was in this. Oh, that area was for the shrine. Okay, so we need to find the Blood Grove then. Yeah, okay. We need to find the Blood Grove. That's fine. So now, sorry about that. I just had some other stuff on the screen and I didn't really want people to see it. Don't worry, it's nothing illicit. I just don't want people getting the wrong idea. Now we know that the shrine is over there, so we have an easy way to get back to it. Well, by easy, I mean we know where to find it, and we just need to use this rift. I just can't believe I never poked around over there and never found it. So now what we want to do is actually go back to the Blood Grove. And in the Blood Grove, we want to find, like, a particular patch of stuff. Or, like a particular area. If I can't find it, then when I take a break, what I'm going to do is go preview the video. There is a related video on that wiki that will kind of tell me where it is. I'm just hoping not to have to do that. I can read the map. Oh, but I wonder if this has to be... No, it's not the one I wanted to cast. I wonder if we need to make this one active. No, that's not really doing it. I think that marker is just that it's main, not that it's anything else. So, I guess now would be a good time to, you know, ask a question. Has anyone else ever had a quest like this? Where, you know, you're really, everything is split up kind of all over the place, and you're trying to find, you know, X or Y thing. Normally the games I get where this happens, they at least have the courtesy of telling you where it is. Whereas in... I'm not sure what that noise was. Whereas in, you know, in this game, you really don't get that, like, at all. Fortunately, the picture doesn't give me any good relation to work with. Yeah, that's one thing about the Grim Dawn pictures on the wiki, like the map pictures, is that if you don't know that exact wedge of land, is this it? I think this is it right here. Sure is. We're looking... Alright, so we want to find the Runed Stone of Mogdragon in here. Unfortunately, this is where my reading, you know, like my reading experience ends, and where the sheer lack of experience kicks in. I have no idea what I'm doing, and I do not know where I'm going. But here's what I do know. We will find it in here. It's just going to take us some time. So this is one of those places that's sort of, since it's a chthonic rift, I'm going to assume this is a parallel realm to the one Cairn sits in. Maybe something that the dead or dying god Chthon presides over. I could believe it. This game's version of Cold Harbor, only much less vibrant and less things to do than Cold Harbor. For the reference I'm drawing from, I believe I'm drawing in from the Elder Scrolls Online, where you spent a significant chunk of time in Cold Harbor, constantly trying to figure out what the hell Molag Bal was doing. That is the Daedric Prince of, like, slavery and servitude and dark contracts. Different in the sense of like contracts than, say, Clavicus Vile, who's more interested in making deals with mortals. Molag Bal cares not for the art of a deal. Molag Bal will break it if it's in his best interest to do so, assuming he doesn't rig the deal in the first place. Certainly does give you that wasteland feel, though, doesn't it? Just a bunch of twisted spires of bone everywhere, and chthonic creatures wanting to shred your skull. Like, you know, turn your insides out. I could believe it. And, you know, while I'm normally not a fan of silence well, I should say silence. There's, like, pure ambient noise. As much as I'm not usually a fan of that, thanks Dark Souls 2. Dark Souls 2 is totally the reason that I do not really appreciate just ambient noise anymore. It's maddening. Absolutely maddening. I do think it fits here, because it is just a desolate wasteland. There is nothing here for anyone except Chthon himself. Yeah, nothing here but the stench of death. And, well, I actually don't know. I wonder whether my assertion is right. I'm open to it being wrong. But it seems to me like the Ashen Waste... like, the thing is that it's in a chthonic rift, right? So it's in a chthonic rift. So you would think this would just be the space that Chthon presides over, but that might not necessarily be the truth either. I'm definitely open to being wrong. Give me a moment, folks. As I have to step away from my desk. I'm gonna go somewhere where we have been already and plop down. Oh, right. One other feature of the Ashen Waste is that you can't set rifts in here. So I don't want to die from having to step away from my desk, so I hate to do this, but I'm going to have to pause. I will be right back. I am so sorry about that. I had to discuss some logistical things with my dad and my stepmother. They're taking a trip, and one of our dogs is on a scheduled dose of antibiotic. So I have to make sure I give that to that dog at the right time. I don't think it'll affect our stream, but I'm going to have to be prepared just in case. But that's why I had to take that sudden leave of absence. We are back now, and I'm determined to finish exploring these wastes. Normally, I don't like to do that pause. You can pause your game anytime by hitting the spacebar. Just going to go ahead and use a potion there. Which, if you're like, oh, I need to go do something, but I don't want to, chance dying. Especially if you're in like a challenge dungeon where you don't have a safety rift or anything like that, then pausing the game like that can actually be helpful. Don't be afraid to use that. I usually just try to put myself in a position where I'm not having to do that. I wouldn't care as much if I didn't have to record, if I'm being perfectly honest with folks. But what can I say? Having to record everything or, stream everything just conditions me to try to take actions that minimize the amount of silence, like the amount of dead time you guys experience. Is this just a roving pile of waste or what? The trick is I don't know where in the ash... I don't know where in the ashen waste it is. We're going to get out of here before bad things happen to us. Sorry, had to take a minute to just kind of gather my thoughts. It should be... Now, these are both loose objects from what I read, like the stone and the spirit. So they could be literally anywhere, and I could be just filtering them out. I think it's a quest item, so that shouldn't be happening. Oh, I also had the third bag open again. Great. But I'll be keeping my eye out. I might have to, spend extra time sifting through the place. This really is quite a unique, a unique area, huh? I know there's another one, another one of these kinds of waste areas filled with these chthonic entities, but there's nothing quite like being alone with your own thoughts, which is kind of what the wastes are implicitly doing, is leaving the silence to gnaw at the player's brain. And I definitely don't like when games do that, because I'm calmed by noise. I don't like it when things are unduly silent. I get too hyper aware of the noises. I can't sleep when it's quiet. I also can't sleep when it's really loud, but that's more of a human thing. I know it's more so the way my brain is just wired. Normal humans need quiet to sleep. I'm a weird person. when it comes to that. How does everyone else like to sleep? Fans on? Video playing in the background? I usually fall asleep with videos on YouTube. And to be more specific, I've got a special playlist referred to as Salt in all caps. And this is where we get like those ultra tilted moments from various content creators over bad things that have happened. Sometimes there's still moments that can be hype, and sometimes it's just stuff that I find degenerate and funny at the same time. And I fall asleep to something in there. I have a special playlist that I curate for that reason. And I almost can't fall asleep to anything else. I kind of can, but takes a lot more effort, and I've got to find some way to block out the noises that I'm aware of. But do people generally prefer, you know, sleeping in silence, sleeping with noise? My stepmother and my dad both need a fan at night to sleep. My dad has to be sitting up to sleep because of his sleep apnea. Everyone has some manner in which they like to sleep. Some people keep ASMR sounds specifically in the background. Other people just need, you know, the static white noise of a broken TV. And some people don't want noise whatsoever. Will actually plug their ears so they can sleep in absolute silence. So I know there are all kinds of patterns. I'm curious about what everyone else's is. But of course, no one has to... Don't feel compelled or forced to answer. It's just an engagement question. I would like it if people answered, but people do not have to answer. That's the beauty about, you know, content you watch. You're free to talk or not talk. I think I want to head toward the center or the center right. Ah, yes. Formless places where structures repeat themselves. Perfect place to get lost. Streamer then proceeds to get lost. The movie, the episode, the content thriller. Please bring us back to a place not devoid of silence. You're right. It was devoid of silence. You know what it wasn't devoid of? My death. I'm gonna start by going to the Blood Grove. And now I have to figure out where I died. And hopefully don't just have lost XP, like a lost grave marker. Where's this rune stone? Rune stone is right here. See something off in the distance. Now we're gonna find a place to put this, probably here. Okay, I know where to go. We have to head down south. I do wish there was a way to like bring out, like I know the I have like a big version of the mini map, but I do wish there was a way to just pull out the blown up version of the map and like have it on screen and not anything else. Oh. By the way, just as like a random aside, I know people on YouTube have like no reason to be invested in like a series they haven't been part of, but I played through and beat Blasphemous on Twitch, and I recently, like within the last week, got like a new, oh god, I got a new announcement for Blasphemous 2 and some pictures, and I like what I see. I can't wait to play it. I love the first one. Okay, tentacle horror. I'm gonna need you to stop. And this isn't where I'm trying to get to. Yeah, I'm already excited. I like what I see. I can't wait to see what kind of story that the Game Kitchen decides to come up with. Like, they have a premise they're working with, you know, the canonical ending C of Blasphemous 1. But in case of Blasphemous, like, we had, you know, the Spanish Catholic Church to draw from for a lot of inspiration. Are they going to do the same thing again? Or are they going to pull from a different aspect of Catholicism? Or are they going to change it up and do something else completely? I have no idea. And I'm honestly very excited to figure out where it's going. Alright, hello there. We're just going to get out of there before we die. I hate these tentacles everywhere. Good lord.
Skill's not ready.
I didn't ask for tentacle porn in my horror game today. Oh wait, no, I forgot. This is inspired by Lovecraft. You're very much gonna have tentacle porn in your horror game. Wiggle, wiggle. I saw those tentacles just wiggling. Okay. Oh, they ain't wiggling. They slapping. Okay. And enough faffing and memeing about. We got our rune stone. Let's go and, can't exactly do this quest yet. We gotta go to the Obsidian Throne first. Because if we look at our codex... the pieces... Oh, it tells you right where to go. Through rifts open in the Blood Grove and the Plains of Strife north of Fort Ikon. Okay. Let's go back to Fort Ikon then. A real icon of the northern mountains. Ha ha ha. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to do something to keep myself lucid and coherent.
Come see what's left of my wares.
We're going to sort our stuff. I'm not interested in your transmutations. We already did that. Speaking of transmutations, or illusions. I did put on some new illusions. And I thought I would end off like the base game, you know, in this sort of like red garb. I think it only fitting. That's what we do. We're going to put back the dynamite. We don't need it. And get rid of any other potion stacks. Okay, I think that does it. And I'll try my best not to,
I'll keep an eye on this.
what was I saying? Right, I'm gonna try my best not to, you know, sell stuff until we absolutely have no choice but to do it. So, make sure we don't have anything else we could go do. Yep, these are the Forsaken Wastes. And enter the Obsidian Throne. Forsaken Wastes is the other wasteland we have to trudge through, by the way. There's no sense in really trying to hide it.
I can't open that.
Right, it's not this one. It's a different one. It ain't through here, is it? No, we're trying to go through, like, the armory. Yeah, we're trying to go through the armory. I think we gotta wrap around to go to the armory. There's also... Yeah, that's the fort entrance. Didn't we stop by, like, a Fort Ikon prison earlier? No, that was the Tomb of the Archon. That's what it is. It's the Tomb of the Archon. Yeah, we're trying to get to the Fort Ikon prison, and I don't think we're gonna get there. Mainly because we should be just going to the armory instead, and maybe the prison will become self-evident in time. Like, we'll just bump into the prison eventually. So welcome to, like, the last act. Yeah, Fort Ikon is like the fourth act, which is the last act of base Grim Dawn. Each DLC is another act. So the Ashes of Malmouth is Act 5, and the Forgotten Gods is Act 6. And you know, it's about as high, like, this portion in particular is probably not that high tension. But I find it fitting, because, like, the last 1 to 2 acts of Diablo 3 took place in a fort. Well, okay, Act 3, what was it, like, no, I'm mixing up my Diablo again. I think Act 4 was the fort, and Act 5 was, like, heaven, like... the invasion of heaven. I'm forgetting, but your base of operations for both of the acts is in fact a fort. This is the fort entrance. It's another fort entrance, one that ain't been sealed up. It's the armory. Is there a prison nearby? No, I don't think so. Well, let's explore the outside before we go to the armory. Hey Rowan, hey Steven, how's your day going so far? It's going. Well, hello Rowan, good to see you. How are you doing? Hope you enjoy your stay. Yeah, we are sort of just trudging through Act 4. Act 4 in Grim Dawn is the Fort Ikon saga, or, you know, trying to stop the cult of Chthon from summoning an avatar of their dead god, or dying god. It's eerily reminiscent of Diablo 3 Act 3. If I'm remembering my acts correctly. How is your day going so far? He says while he takes a sip of coffee. Doing alright. Had your first aqua physical therapy today. Went well. Also, stopping a cult is very Diablo 3, isn't it? Yeah, we are currently, more specifically, we are doing quests for the Black Legion. That's the leftover remnants of the Empire's army when the Aetherials actually began the Grim Dawn. And that's kind of when Cairn went completely downhill. That's the world that Grim Dawn takes place in. And right after the Grim Dawn, while the Black Legion was trying to reclaim Empire territory, both the Aetherials and the Chthonians had managed to kind of pincer off the Black Legion forces by getting between their southern base of operations in Homestead and, Fort Ikon. And we are now on that latter half. We've managed to actually rejoin the Black Legion's army. But in the meantime, while we were helping out the people of Homestead, as it turns out, one of the Black Legion generals or commanders, his name is Lucius, he betrayed the Black Legion. He was possessed. I think that's how the story explains it, is that he was likely possessed by an ethereal and proceeded to kind of like weaken the Black Legion army by sending scouts out on suicide missions or, weakening the army's flanks more than they already were. And they eventually had to seal off Fort Ikon. They had to blow it up. And Lucius is taken to hiding in the armory with munitions that we need for the assault on the Cult of Chthon. So that is what the main quest is. We are here to get some explosives so that we can break up whatever ritual the Cult of Chthon is doing. It's all very intertwined. I'm glad your aqua therapy went well. Was it tiring or exhaustive, or did they take it easy today? Physical therapy hurts in general, but is Grim Dawn multiplayer? It is co-op. I don't know about multiplayer. It's not like Diablo 3 where you can have up to 4 people. I think with Grim Dawn, it's you have 2 players. Which makes sense, as Grim Dawn is mostly a single-player game. And co-oping it doesn't really change the story in any way. At least that's what I remember reading and what I kind of found out through experimentation. I'm open to being wrong, but I'm hoping I'm right. I have done quite a bit of research into the matter, and I remember Grim Dawn being at most co-op. And I believe you can even co-op it with mods as well. That I'm a little bit less sure about. Nah, the therapy was good. Helps take the weight off your joints and back so you can stretch the muscles a bit more. Only regret is that when you exit the pool, the full weight of your body comes back and it feels very heavy. Yeah, I can bet you're probably going to be sore from that for a while. Do your best not to overexert yourself. It's kind of like that segment in Dragon Ball Z where, Goku is training in like the heavyweight simulation room, and it feels like the difference coming from like the heavyweight room to the rest of the world after he was done with his training was, you could just tell. I'm not too sore, thankfully, since the exercises are largely the same as the ones you do out of the pool. That's good. I just need to be able to take the weight off your bones for a bit. Gotcha. But, yeah, for anyone else wanting to know whether or not Grim Dawn is multiplayer, sadly, it is not strictly multiplayer. It is co-op, however. There are playthroughs of vanilla Grim Dawn of people doing it together. Similar to Divinity Original Sin or Divinity the Original Sin the Second. I just don't know how mods stack up in that picture. Because all the footage that's out there is vanilla, not Dawn of Masteries or the other really popular mod, Grimmarillion. The other kind of overhaul. But if you're wanting to play Grimmarillion, I can tell you everything contained in Grimmarillion is also contained in Dawn of Masteries. So you're choosing to play a subset of Dawn of Masteries by playing Grimmarillion. There's nothing wrong with that. I just think you should be aware of that. It just seems like a game you and I would have enjoyed co-oping in the past, like when we played Diablo. Looking forward to hanging out tomorrow? Yeah, absolutely. I might even try to get some fish cooked up for us. I have some fish in the refrigerator that I have placed out to thaw, and I was told that I could do that, so I'm going to look through our vegetable cabinet to find some sort of veggie you and I can both appreciate, or I can take two different separate vegetables. That also works. And the only other thing I have to figure out is the starch. I'll figure that out and we can have lunch when you arrive. You know, I'll probably just do something simple with the fish, like bake it and make sure it's juiced up with lemon or something. Something mild. Oh, that sounds tasty. If need be, I can bring my own can of vegetables since I'm the pickier of the two of us. Sure, you can pick out the vegetable you want to bring. That sounds fine. If you need a starch, you have some instant potato packs I can bring. You can bring the instant potatoes if you want. But I think we do have plenty of starches. Like rice. I think we have a lot of rice. Potato packs. Stuff if that's what you want to do. And have a miniature potluck of sorts. I do think it is just simple white fish. I know it's not tilapia. I forget the exact fish. But I do know it is white fish. I don't think we have any white sauce, though. Just wanted to make the offer. I'll look forward to playing Hollow Knight and maybe some Elden Ring Reforged if you need to rage at something. It's probably COD if you had to guess. That's probably what I'm thinking of. I can go look at it during break and get back to you. I just don't remember exactly off the top of my head what it is. Yeah, I'm gonna have the house to myself tomorrow. Well, that and company I have coming over, for those who don't know. My folks are taking a trip out to the lake and visiting with either friends or family. I forget exactly which. So, I have the house to myself. And that means I get to invite people over. Plus, this has been something I've been, you know, working out. Both of us have been working out for like the past 2 weeks. Something like that. I don't want to get too specific, but if you're wondering, oh, well, what's this conversation all about? That's what it is. Just finalizing the arrangements. Hopefully COD isn't a problem. Oh, also we have lore. I totally forgot. We have lore to read. I hope they don't get rained out while they're there. They're bringing an umbrella, but I hope so as well, for their sake. Don't know if they mentioned, but she'll be over for dinner on the 28th. They were uncertain of that, but they did tell me about the dinner on the 28th. Good to know. Thank you. Let's start with the compilation of Fort Ikon reports, as we picked those out first. Love COD? Used to cook at a time when you lived alone at college? Gotcha. Again, you'll have your precise answer when I get back in 51 minutes time. After that explosion that destroyed the armor, I went back over this past week's reports and compiled the collection of excerpts which I found to be relevant. They are pulled together and arranged in order of the events that took place. I do this in hopes that it will illuminate how this happened and raise the questions of what might be done to avoid future attacks like this. This is assuming That is assuming we survive. You're good. Take your time. Very well. I'm going to lurk a bit while I work on some things. By all means, enjoy your lurk, and I hope that you get your... I hope that whatever you're working on is productive for you, and it turns out well. Captain Frederick Bachner. Report 1. Report from the North Wall Night Watch. While patrolling the upper wall, I witnessed a soldier enter the armory. I would not make note of it, except he appeared to have been looking around the courtyard to make sure none could see him as he entered the gated door. The torches were out in that area of the courtyard, so it's impossible for me to say who it was. Report number 2. Report from the officer of the watch. Several men have gone missing, and we suspect that they have deserted. A complete search of the fort and surrounding areas has ended with no sign of them, however. The scouts have found no signs of tracks, and have concluded the men never left the fort. Worrying. Report 3. Report from the Master of Arms. I've discovered 10 small casks and 5 large casks of black powder missing. It is difficult to account for the missing supplies, since only 5 people in the entire fort have access to the keys that would open the black powder storage. Commander Lucius headed the search himself after receiving the worrying report, starting from the bottom levels all the way to the top of the towers. Nothing was found. So we know so far, we know that Commander Lucius betrayed Fort Ikon, presumably under possession. What this report sounds like is that some random possessed soldier, or more specifically an Aetherial, infiltrated the Black Legion and made sure to go into the armory, and started, sabotaging the Black Legion from inside. Then, on top of that, there were already some fake or false flags set so that some people would be left to investigate, but the investigation never happened. The scouts found no tracks. Worrying. Then, munitions go missing, specifically black powder explosives. And then Commander Lucius, presumably unpossessed, starts the search, trying to be a diligent military man, and this is probably where he gets possessed. Whatever spirit was there, whatever ethereal was there, probably left that soldier's body and began to possess Commander Lucius. That would be the way I see it going down. And ethereal possession does tend to transform people over time. First it's the green eyes, and then it's the deathly skin, and then eventually they begin to become a body horror of some sort. Let's learn a little bit more about the armory investigation. This is my final report on the massive explosion that has destroyed the north courtyard. It is intended to be read with the compiled notes pulled together from the past week. With the intent of establishing a damage report and the death toll, I assembled a squad of soldiers and led them into the shattered depths below Fort Ikon. The explosion appears to have blown down into the sewers, making the smell in the armory ungodly. Oh no! This has disturbing parallels to Act 3. In Diablo Act 3, there's a demon who breaks into the fort's larders. And he's quite literally the embodiment of demonic gluttony. He's got, like, mouths everywhere. I don't want to spoil it more than I already have, but, suffice it to say, the larders take on this, like, green, dingy, like, appearance, and the boss just has all kinds of disgusting attacks. Ugh, when I read this line, it makes me recall Diablo 3 all over again. That in and of itself has made it almost impossible to go down there. The plumes of smoke reduced our vision and choked the air. Crumbling walls, supports, and floors were in constant danger of additional collapse. The explosion appears to have been centered on a single large support below the armory. At the bottom of the devastation, we found several dead men, charred almost beyond recognition. They appear to be the men who went missing earlier this week. Oh, so that's what happened to them. My investigation indicates that the missing men were using the stolen black powder to make an opening into the sewers to make their escape. In closing of this report, I like to raise two concerns. The first is, one of the men was an explosives expert and should have been aware of the destructive potential of so much powder. By itself, I wouldn't give this detail a second thought, if not for my second concern. Another of the men has been with the Black Legion for nearly 8 years with no signs of dissent or disagreement with command. In fact, he was due for promotion due to a commanding position soon. Or to a commanding position soon. Something doesn't fit here. The tale that is painted indicates sabotage from within, but who would go to such lengths to frame these men? Without more information, I cannot say with certainty what is going on here, but my gut tells me there is more at play here than at first appears. Captain Frederick Bachnell, excuse me. So this is probably, like, when you pair in these two notes together, you really just come to the conclusion that there are two likely people who were possessed by an ethereal. One was the explosives expert. Two was the other guy who was due for a promotion with under 8 years of service. Like, these are the two men who would most likely have started the sabotage. My guess is probably the explosives expert, but let's see if there's more evidence. Or hope we get any more evidence. Maybe, who knows, maybe the next thing that we'll find out is, maybe Lucius will say it himself. Oh, and I should point out, we've been fighting Commander Lucius a lot. One of the things that Dawn of Masteries really kind of does is makes a lot of bosses capable of appearing just randomly, regardless of whether or not they have whether they're supposed to be the boss for that act or that region. So we fought bosses a lot out of order. So we already know how to fight Commander Lucius. Really, it's just a matter of, what is he like now that we're in this? We're primarily dealing with him in his intended location. Hollow victory, huh? I don't know about that. Let's see. There's a hollow. We got a letter of some kind. Let's order it so I have like a clearer view. So here's the Legion Heavy Explosives, infused by military sorcerers to guarantee a giant payload. When chemistry ain't enough, use magic instead. Untitled letter. Oh, this looks like it comes from the Aetherials' perspective. I successfully infiltrated the fort as you commanded. It is ironic that the commander of this garrison is one of the weakest minds I've ever encountered. There is so much turmoil and fear that resides within him. He was easy to manipulate and overwhelm. While I do have full control of his body, there's something in the region that tampers with direct communication. Something tainted and ancient. Anything capable of such an act demands further investigation. I write this correspondence in the meantime so that another may look into this matter. Fort Ikon has proven to be a challenge for us, and now I understand why. The vast stores of weapons and war machines the humans have amassed is staggering. It is a wonder they have not exterminated themselves in their endless pursuit of warfare and self-destruction. Nevertheless, everything moves according to our grand plans. I have already taken steps to sabotage their armory and planted evidence leading to several deserters. Nobody suspects my involvement. But the main reason I have deemed it necessary to report to you comes from a most unexpected discovery. The anomaly, the revealer of secrets, walks amongst these humans, and even now shares with them our plans. We have since adjusted our projections in this region, assuring that anything that anomaly reveals is of no use to the humans, but its knowledge of our ways could still prove detrimental to our success on this world. For now, I have begun sowing the seeds of distrust about the anomaly to the humans. Their fear is so great that they had it moved to the prison where it remains. Once my sabotage is complete and the gates are open, Fort Ikon will fall. Then we can deal with the traitor as is fitting of such unprecedented betrayal. Ah. So, we have an Aetherial who no longer believes in the process. Joy of joys. Now we can maybe turn this tide, and this is exactly what the Aetherials don't want happening. Well, I got news for you, Aetherials, and the Chthonians. We're going to take the knowledge of this traitor and use it for good ends, good means. Unfortunately, we didn't really get anything out of this particular quest other than advancing the main quest, and that's really about it. Let's go ahead and turn in those supplies to the Black Legion. Oh, hello, Edric. Have you recovered the supplies? Yes, here they are. Plus 500 Black Legion reputation. Yeah, so this is what I meant when I said we had some tough choices to make. We could have talked to someone in Homestead who would have given us like equivalent reputation, but we need this to take out the Chthonians. Like, this is one case where I would have actually sided with the Black Legion regardless. And the reward is the same either way. Excellent. I was afraid they'd been destroyed after the recent explosions down in the armory. Thank you for recovering the supplies. Here, take some of this scrap. I'm sure you could use it too. Thanks. So if you'll look, we're now just a teensiest bit away from being revered. So when this happens, you actually have to go get a bounty quest and fix that reputation. Now, if I have to replace gear, I'm going to have to go do that. So we're going to do our best not to replace any gear today, so that I don't have to detract from stream time to do that. Alright, where did... Clear out the front gates of Fort Ikon. Right. So now we actually get to take our explosives and go plant these at the front gate.
That's locked.
Or not. Is that not the front... Oh, wait, no, that's not the front gates, is it? Oh, I'm thinking it's further to the right and not up there. This is the part where I kind of don't exactly know. Okay, here's the detonation site right here. This gate has been collapsed, but it looks deliberate. With enough explosives, the way through could be reopened. It will take some heavy explosives to clear out. Let's do it. Now let's go talk to Inquisitor Creed. See about picking up that journal entry, because there is another journal entry we can go get that Creed has wrote. That's probably back at Homestead if I'm not mistaken. And then let's go from there.
Good work down there. We need to secure a forward position at the necropolis immediately.
Where do you need me?
We cannot simply march our forces straight into the necropolis. The cult's minions will descend upon us in force. We will be crushed before we could even get near the Tomb of the Watchers. Instead, we will put your unique skills to use. Make your way into the necropolis past the Plains of Strife, and secure the nearest rift gate. Once you've done so, Ulgrim will come through with a contingent of our men. With the element of surprise on our side, we will strike at the enemy from within.
Absolutely. Hello, Captain Reeve. You're not from the Legion. Perhaps there's something you can help me with. Something that can involve the troops. Oh, this looks like a... what are you mutinying about, Captain? With the recent Aetherial attack, I cannot allow this deception to carry on any longer. Anastasia, the witch who was allowed to enter our fold, must be put down. The Inquisitor insists that she not be harmed, but the trust he has in her is misplaced. Commander Lucius was an honorable man and a dedicated soldier up until he was possessed by the Aetherials. I refuse to believe that Anastasia's witchcraft was not involved in his corruption. As we are all under strict orders not to harm her, I need someone outside the Legion, such as yourself, to handle this for me. Will you enter the fort prison and deal with the wretched witch? You let a witch into the fort? I always believed it was a mistake, but Creed and Commander Lucius wished to hear her out when she arrived at our gates with her hands above her head in surrender. She somehow earned their trust and was allowed to roam freely, spreading her ethereal taint throughout the fort and weakening our resolve. It is thanks to her actions that Lucius became possessed, I'm sure of it. Why does Creed want her kept safe if she's a bit dangerous? A bit. I mean, she is dangerous. The Inquisitor is convinced that Anastasia has valuable information, but I found her not to be nothing but a web of lies. She is a witch tainted by the Aetherials and needs to be exterminated. Fine, I'll deal with her. Yes. Before we, do more good work, we gotta go talk to go talk to a lovely lady by the name of Anastasia. Look, there's a bounty table and her secrets. Things get interesting, don't they? This is a hidden faction. So, here are some things we should know about Anastasia. I did do some looking. This is the one thing I really wanted to make sure I had down. So, we're going to have a choice. We can either do as we're told and kill Anastasia, or we can help her out. If we kill her, her faction behavior is unique. It's like she remembers. So when you remember, or not when you remember, when you kill her at any point during your 3 resets, that's going from normal to elite and elite to ultimate, ultimate difficulty. If you kill her at any point along this, your reputation resets to 0 with the outcast, and you cannot get her stuff again. Ever at all. Doesn't matter if you've reset it again for a new playthrough. You're stuck. So I don't want that to happen for us. Also, the things that Anastasia is going to probably say are going to make it really apparent why we don't kill her. Let's start by talking to Anastasia, shall we?
My, what a curiosity you are.
Captain Somer? That you? No, but that is the VA. I can tell that the same woman voiced both. What is this? A human and yet not. There is an aura about you, stranger, but I cannot sense the spirit. Tell me, what fate has befallen you? I was possessed by an ethereal, but it left me at the hangman's noose. What a marvel you are! They say that to become one with an ethereal, you must lose all that defines you, but it seems there's more to the mystery than rumor lets on. The Aether holds many secrets, but few are held from me. There are those who fear such power, but that is why you're here, no? Why should I trust you? I assure you, I came to the Legion with the full intent of helping them battle against the Aetherial invasion. My information has already saved many lives, but Captain Reeve and the others refuse to see it. Will you join them in condemning me for what I do as well? I need to think about this.
My, what a curiosity you are.
Why are you under Creed's protection? The good Inquisitor considers my knowledge of the Aether and the ability to foresee the Aetherials' attacks to be of great value, something many in the Legion have trouble grasping. Creed has personally requested I be kept safe so that what I know is not lost to some soldier's wild accusation. Captain Reeve wants you dead. I would act surprised, but that man's made it no secret. He despises me. He branded me a witch and called for my execution from the outset. He says that you led to Lucius's possession. Is that true? I'm afraid that the blame lies solely on the one who did the possessing, though a weak mind greatly facilitates the process, to be sure. I have had nothing to do with the unfortunate commander's fall from grace. Why does Reeve hate you so? I have great talent for manipulating the Aether, and I've dabbled in divination, which I suppose is where the superstitious soldiers draw their ire. Everybody claims they want to know the future until they actually hear it. It is difficult to separate the bad from the good when so much pain awaits a mortal in their lifetime. Very well. We will defy Reeve. Wonderful. Now that we've put this unpleasantness behind us, I was hoping you could hear me out. Nobody in the Legion will help me, but perhaps you would be so understanding. Yeah, so you remember how we, like, went through the hard work of, like, helping the Black Legion? This is going to undo some of that. What's wrong, then? With all the commotion during the Aetherial attack, I'm afraid most of my personal stores were damaged or even destroyed. If I'm to continue my work here, I must have another ancient heart, blood of Chthon, and tainted brain matter. They are pivotal to my research, but acquiring them on my own is simply out of the question for this old crone. Would you be so kind as to gather these materials for me? All right, but where would I find them? Ancient hearts beat within many of Cairn's most dangerous wildlife. Even the voracious Dermaterans carry within them strong hearts. The blood of Chthon is a vile substance that you will find among the cult of Chthon's elite, or from the most powerful fiends of the void. Tainted brain matter, well, you have to slay a being possessed by a powerful ethereal. I'd settle for your brain, but I have a feeling you like it where it is right now just fine. I have the objects you require. We'll go back and get another tainted heart. Yeah, look, see, we're losing so much Black Legion reputation, it's not funny. These two quests by themselves have caused us to basically nullify the gains from any quest we just did. Beautiful. Simply beautiful. Wonderful. These should last me for some time. Say, have you ever heard of the tale of the great beast Baroneth? No, but I'd like to hear it. It is a legend as old as time, it seems, with countless retellings of different heroes and sometimes even different creatures. In each of them, a great hero tracks down a monster that's been tormenting local villages. The hunt takes the hero 10 long years through forgotten lands into far-off shores, but it always ends atop a mountain where Baroneth is impaled upon a spear of bone. The beast plummets from the peak, and from its spilled blood were born the fiends and monsters we dread to this day. The details are muddled in folklore, but one fact remains constant. Baroneth once lived. To have a piece of such an ancient lineage could prove useful to my spell work, and I believe I know where one such spawn of Baroneth dwells. The people of Burwich call it Kalis Ka the Bone Hunter. It hunts within the area called Eastmarsh, but makes its dwelling up in the crags. Track down this creature for me and slay it. Then harvest one of its fangs and bring it to me. Very well. I'm going to presume that some level of epic spell work is required, and I think I just became a little bit off balance by moving in my chair. Yay. Gotta love equilibrium shifts in your head. Alright. This kind of just clears out the main inventory. Let's go grab another heart. And then let's figure out... Is there anything Captain Reeve is going to say about this? I hope not. but I'm prepared for the worst. Can't believe you were siding with Creed on this. Anasteria is a traitor. Keeping her around will only lead to her doom. She didn't do it. A ruse to lure us into a false sense of comfort. She reeks of ethereal corruption, not to mention she is a witch. Alas, I'm honor-bound not to act upon this risk. I pray that I am wrong. Time will tell. If you're right, then I eat egg, as always.
Come see what's left of my wares.
We want to be careful and not stray too far from, you know, being friendly with them. The other choice is to honestly kill Anasteria. If you do, there are some benefits to killing Anasteria. She drops a helmet that you can only get from beating her. Also, there are rewards that you can only get, and dialogue you can only get, by siding against Anasteria. However, Anasteria is not the only human or the only ethereal who sides against their own kind. There is another. I forget his name, but I think the Aetherials are doing something with him. So they're limiting how many rogue Aetherials are actually out there. Right, so before we put an end to things, I guess we gotta go find another. We gotta go slay something else. Wrath of the Beast. Now I do know where the point in East Marsh she's talking about is. What I don't know is whether or not we're going to find it there. That is Gloomwald, jeez. No, where we want to go is like Burwitch Village. Because we want to cross the bridge into East Marsh. And in the process of doing that, also make our way toward this area over here. Because I believe there is a hidden hidden challenge dungeon that we can go find in East Marsh. We stumbled on it one other time. When I was actually taking you guys through East Marsh the first time. Wow, East and Marsh together, I didn't think would be a dreadfully terrible combination to say together. But when you try to say it fast, or specifically in that order, it's bad. If I say East Marshes, I'm fine. East Marsh is sticky on the tongue, for whatever reason. Oh well, not gonna really dwell on it, I guess. Everyone has different words they have a hard time saying. I guess I have a hard time combining multiple ST. I believe those are diphthongs? No, they're digraphs. Now that I know what each of them are, it's hard to... I get them mixed up all the time. The curse that comes with knowledge, right? The more you know, the more you stand to forget. The more you stand to make a mistake on. So, now, it's worth noting... it's worth noting... the outcasts. Their headquarters is in the exact same place the Black Legion is. That really sucks. I feel so icky about Homestead not about these like trade-off quests. I don't see a reason why there can't be. Why you can't just split the supplies even. That leaves a bad taste in my mouth. What can I say? I'm a sucker for the third ways and options where you split down the middle and don't take sides. When you don't have to. Those supplies definitely could have just been split 50-50. No questions asked. Although, I don't know how much the people of Homestead could use explosive munitions. And that's really what gets me. Is like, you don't really... There's no interaction from the people at Homestead. There's no one that's like, hey, we know of some supplies that were left in Fort Ikon. Or, we know that Fort Ikon surely has supplies to spare. Would you please help us out? You know, there's nothing that points you to the interest the other faction would have for the explosives. So I think it's a little bit underhanded. But I get it. Even in times of war, not every human plays nice. Some definitely have their own goals, their own aims, their own ambitions, their own reasons for doing. Their own reasons for doing what they do. And that's the interesting part. How do people who are brought together during wartime, how do they collaborate? While also retaining their own identity and not completely acquiesce and serve the other. How exactly, what kind of results does that have? That's something that always interests me. Mainly because you can't put two people in a room without one taking charge. And when you put two people in a room that hate each other, usually murder is what happens. Eventually, there are all kinds of horror movies that explore this trope. Well, there's some escape room series out there where, like, people are fighting over the route to escape. Because as it turns out, not everyone agrees. Can't make everyone agree. Everyone has different perspectives, different priorities. And that can make cooperation in difficult times much worse. I'm kind of meandering instead of going where where I think this thing is. I should fix that. And I actually did kind of think it was here at first, but I remember you really only get the, like, scriptures of the Father. Like, you get more lore here. So we're looking for a tree or rock with a carving in it. That's what we're looking for. We were here once. I don't remember exactly what it looks like or where exactly it is. Because East Marsh has a lot of land to cover. And generally it's weighted at the player's level, so trying to get to it is a nightmare. Oh god, please no. I'm begging you, no crashes. Here it is, marked stone. I'm going to hopefully try to end this guy right now.
That skill's not ready.
Yep, I die. Potion just wasn't on cooldown, or like often enough, or off cooldown often enough. And we have to... Okay, come on. Definitely should not have been ported all the way back here. Whatever. Whatever, game. If you want to put me at Fort Ikon, sure. Whatever. Yeah. I guess the last major hub we were at was Fort Ikon, so that's where the game's going to put us. I imagine the same will probably be true for the DLCs when we get there. I totally expect to be put in Malmouth or like whatever whatever major city is there for that act. And I totally expect to have the same happen to me in the Corvin Basin. We're going to fix our mistake by putting down an emergency rift. How's everyone enjoying the series so far? Oh, people are enjoying it. I really want to take the opportunity to thank people so much for stopping by already. I appreciate it. Anytime I spend talking to another person is another day I spend not going mad at the camera. When you are a social human being, like you're an extrovert, you are, talking in front of a camera for multiple hours straight is really hard. Like, very hard. Marked stone. Okay.
I can't open that.
Hold on, maybe the entry will get us a little bit more specific information. So if we go for the Wrath of the Beast, track down and slay this creature. Maybe it only spawned now that we have them. Palace Ka, the Bone Hunter, is in an area near Burwich, known as the East Marsh. Track down and slay it. Quite sure it was here. Maybe I need to traipse over the entirety of East Marsh to find it. Oh, if you thought you were killing me again, monster, think again. Ooh, we got an item. A necklace. Too bad we don't have a fire build going. I wish there were like alternate masteries, like mastery setups, so you could have like extra specs, because then it would make the weapons make a lot more sense. Like, I've never understood the inclusion of extra weapon slots in games like this. Like, I get wanting to have like a shield or like a more defensive setup. But if all you're doing is just swapping out a shield, one item can't... I just can't imagine one item making so much difference in your build that you will emphatically not also offer the option of just changing your mastery. I get that you can change it at any time, but you still should just be able to keep a separate setup intact. But in these kinds of ARPG, or in these kinds of like isometric RPGs, you rarely get that choice. Even Diablo, which is like one of the more streamlined RPGs of this kind, doesn't let you just keep a separate set of skill mods. You usually have to change. You usually have to do something to undo it. Okay, so we're kind of like trying to find a wild animal, which I'm hoping we'll find amongst this sea of corrupted Grobles toward the back. But it could very much not be. Like, we're looking for spawn, but I very much doubt we're going to find it. We didn't find it the first time. But, you know, maybe toward the end of Grim Dawn's development, maybe Crane Entertainment decided, hey, we have a much better way of doing this now. We're going to set the trigger to only show up when you've got the quest. And not just any old time, like with a lot of these other quests that we get earlier on in Grim Dawn. You could kind of go there already, do what you have to do, and then just spam click through dialogue to complete the quest. Which makes sense, but I've grown accustomed to being able to do that, so I feel spoiled by being able to do things in any order I like. But I guess for quest continuity, it doesn't make much sense. Yep, see, there was a random boss here, and now it's going to be Palace Ka? Okay. Oh, maybe that's who was here all along, and I just never paid any attention. You know, that's probably it. I paid no attention. Well, let's bring that Fang back over to Anasteria. Don't worry. Because of the nature of this specific reputation, your better bet is to just take up Black Legion missives to resolve the difference before you drop to a point where you can't access the table. Once you can't access the table, you have no way to get it back, and you're stuck until the next playthrough. Alright, Anasteria. I've got your Fang. The creature you felled must have been quite formidable to be armed with such a Fang. I thank you for this, but perhaps you'd be willing to help this old crone once more. What do you need? It is believed that the Arcovians had access to powerful divination magic, but the technique became lost when their civilization succumbed to the necromancer's curse. I believe that we could recover this practice with the right information. A tome known as the Archive of Fates Untold is in the possession of an Arcovian named the Shade of Elnadrin. You must enter the Steps of Torment in the Broken Hills, cross the ancient gates, and banish Elnadrin. Acquire its tome and bring it back to me. You have to do a legacy dungeon for this? Okay. Weird, but whatever. And you can only see... Oh, wait. Does Respect not offer anything? Okay. Yeah, so I imagine the dungeon that you would get if you decided you were going to kill Anasteria is probably behind this iron gate right here. Now, how is our faction doing? Here's the Black Legion. If we wait too much more, we're definitely not going to have access to the table. So if the next quest, like, drops us, like, more than 400 points, we'll have to take a bounty to make up the difference. Game crash. Yep, the game crashed. This is fine. We'll close the program. So I think what I'm going to do is get back on the loading screen, like the intro screen. We're going to take an early break. I'm going to make it like 7-ish minutes. And maybe preferably have someone with complete armor on the screen so you're not looking at trousers. So I'm going to probably take like a 7-minute break. Go really stretch my legs. Make sure that the dogs are, fed and they're not shredding each other to bits. And when we get back after this 7-minute break or so, we will pick up where we left off. And attempt to go through, the Steps of Torment. We're going to try to get that done. I very much doubt we're going to be able to, but we're going to do our darndest anyway. See you guys after the break. I'm so sorry about that. I am back. I think I was gone for like a minute or two more than intended. Hopefully the game doesn't crash again. How'd everyone enjoy their break? For the first time in a while, I can actually leave my room door open, so that cool house air can get into my room. Oh, I went through the wrong character. I left it there so it would be decent, but not many people question. Not that, you know, diamond threaded pants and a t-shirt like a tank top is particularly yes, we know, prepare myself for all the good it will do, but I'm not really interested. I could have swore we picked up a quest. Yeah, we totally did. We lost whatever quest that was. Let's go back in and get it. I hope something didn't go wrong. Ah, my only friend in this accursed fort has returned. Perhaps she will aid an old crone in her search for answers? Yep. We will go get that tome. Before we do, we're gonna go and, we're gonna go make more progress. I don't want to lose too much reputation in one sitting with the Black Legion. It's not at all what I wanted to do. Yeah, I almost always end up zapping people. Or zapping the training dummies. If I, you know, am not careful when I walk by. Which with a build like mine, you kind of can't help. Also, the thing to remember about spread builds like this is that, or like any time you've got like a good cleave build going, the real damage is always on targets that actually matter. Like random incidental damage on targets that don't matter ever at all is useless. It is a useless metric, and you can't do anything except say, here, look at how many people I could damage at once. It doesn't matter how many people you DPS down if all your DPS is going in the wrong place. Rule number 1 of MMOs. Good DPS is a DPS that stays alive. Rule number 2, DPS the right targets at all times. At all times. If you could get incidental cleave going on other targets that also matter, that is a bonus. But at least make sure you've got decent single target going. Of course, these days most people would probably say, well, if you can have incidental cleave and good single target, why not both? Why not just have both? And you're right. That's like the cream of the crop. That's the best of all worlds, is like having just good everything. When I was playing World of Warcraft, most classes that I played were bad at something. When I played Elemental Shaman, I knew that my single target DPS suffered. Sometimes it suffered a little, sometimes it suffered a lot. But at the very least, I knew if I had a spread damage fight, I could compensate by applying only the relevant dots to the relevant extra targets, and try to focus a single target rotation on the target that actually mattered. When I find when you're playing games like that, there's just certain philosophy. What the hell happened? Or those were mines? I literally... I set foot in a minefield. Isn't there some movie where it's like... I don't know. I'm grasping at straws for that. I know there were like old war films of people getting blown up in landmine or minefields. To this day, there are probably still people that are removing mines out of France and Germany from the World War II era. There's quite literally a swath of land that is just uninhabitable because there are landmines there. No one can farm there. No one can bring a piece of metal. Nothing. And there are people who have to gear up with metal detectors every day and go out and clear those mines. And the worst part is you don't know if there are duds or not. So you have to treat everything you find with the metal detector as absolutely 100% real, authentic, genuine, and serious. So if any of you have a job as like a literal mine, like human minesweeper, I don't envy you, but I respect you. Because you're doing dangerous work. Are we actually losing reputation per kill? We're gonna get out of there before bad things happen to me. I like how this ring can be auto-used now, or I get an effect that essentially does that. So the ring is not actually that useful. And randomly whenever I take damage. Aw, that's cute. You're shooting at me. When you think shooting is cute, you know you're a sufficiently powerful individual. Instead of, you know, someone shooting at you being this life-ending event. When shooting is like, oh, look at who brought the dinky little metal pipe to a magic fight. Ugh. I mean, we're not in a world where magic exists, but if it did, I would want it to outclass the need for guns. Of course, if we do that, then we really... It's really only a matter of time before someone, you know, pulls, like a Dragon Age type task of trying to get to heaven, or some place where humans are not intended to go, and just causes all the known divinities in the world to turn their eyes away from us. That would just be the worst. I, for one, am glad that magic in the sense that we all know of it doesn't exist. Like, there's spell work, but usually that's ritualistic. And it's more about manifesting goodwill. And I'm not trying to despair. Most tangible effect it has is, you know, manifesting good or ill will. If it actually bent rivers, turned back time, raised the dead, or incinerated someone beyond all recognition, the world would be a perhaps equivalently as dangerous a place as it is now. But here's the thing. At least with technology, or like technologically induced danger, you could calculate the vectors. You could figure out where you're going with it. You could physically counteract the technology, so long as you actually have the resources and you know how to do it. With magic, there is no simply... Well, I guess there is counter magic and like working to undo a curse, but when we're talking about real world, the deadliest implications of magic usually involve summoning or calling things to the world. For example, there's a very specific spell tome called the Ars Goetia that literally lists the 72 archdukes or like major demons of hell. They all have their own hierarchy. They all have their own methods for summoning. They all have their own answers. Now I should say that Ars Goetia is not the only book that's there. But it does make up a set of books referred to as Solomon's Key. And typically Solomon used this to actually get into contact and ask advice of various specific named demons in that book. That is not a world I ever want to be accurate. I don't literally want demons. Oh god. I don't want a world where we can just call extraplanar beings into existence. Our lives would be forfeit. Someone would take notice. Maybe it would be a case similar to the Aetherials that we are fighting
That skill's not ready.
right now, where the being we call is going to be one that dominates us and treats us like cattle, like slaves, or worse, like corpses, experimental fodder. I don't want a world like that. The most I want to be dealing with are forces of nature, forces from other human beings, and forces from animals. That's it. I don't want to be dealing with other sentient beings or sentient entities that come to harm us. That's maddening. It's insanity. I think I'd rather die than live in a world like that. I don't know. Some people would probably enjoy in that world, and I mean, part of me probably would also want to live in a world where that kind of magic that can be realized. Because I talk about all the ill it can do, but surely there would be people who would exercise magic for proper purposes. You know, things that are societally acceptable. And work toward the advancement of human beings. I don't know. I guess with anything in life, you have to weigh the consequences of your actions. Did the people who made the atomic bomb, did they think about everything at the time they were doing the research? I think there are some interviews from when the creators of that bomb were alive, or perhaps they're still alive, where they regretted making that bomb because it didn't even help the US the way we thought it did, like at all. Japan probably would have surrendered anyway, bomb or not. But of course, that's a road less taken. It's a road we'll never know. We made the bomb, we bombed them, and now we have to live with the consequences of that. In perpetuity. Forever. We have to live with the consequences of nuclear proliferation. Which is why I think maintaining world balance is incredibly important. And there are... why am I smacking things? Oh, I'm probably silenced. And this is why I think nobody really wants World War III, but at the same time, everyone's like, well, damned be the consequences. I'm going to do what I believe in. I'm going to act the way I believe. I'm going to do what I think is right. No, sometimes what you think is right is wrong. And it's going to result in the extinction of the human species. There are whole subreddits dedicated to people wanting to wipe out humanity. Which, granted, talking about wanting the destruction of humanity is one thing. that's a little bit more, that's little more than ill wishing, but oh, hello. Oh, they're standing on top of it. I don't know if that's a rift or not. It's quite something else to make plans of how the world would generally go about it, and another thing entirely to go from talking about how the world would accomplish this as a collective to how you would do it as an individual. There's some scary stuff on that subreddit, on those subreddits. And yes, for those who I guess are interested, I do have a Reddit account. I do not intend on canvassing Reddit for additional peeps. I don't think that's a particularly great use of my time. A, and B, okay, Black Legion rep isn't moving down, which is good. I was worried that that's exactly what would happen. I think I want my Reddit account to be a window into what the, you know, the private world would say. I want to be ears into that world. Granted, it's not like you can't say anything on Reddit that if you were to say it somewhere else, you wouldn't also get reported, but it's kind of like Reddit is like modern 4chan. There is some disturbing crap on there. I suppose your logical question is, why are you reading it? Morbid curiosity. You know, why did someone make that post? I'm more interested in the insight than I guess I am in reporting it. Besides, as long as it's just words, it's fine. Now, if people start making plans, then yeah, I do hit the report button, but I can't make reports until I've read the contents of the whole thread. And there are like threads that talk about, well, human society is over, civilization is on decline, and we're going to be back to a world where, you know, unless you are in some isolated little community, it's every man for themselves. You know, humans as a whole are going to be on the decline. Many, many, many millions of people will die in the new world that forms, and that is really sad material. Even if some of it does contain an ounce of truth. So, enough about depressing subject matter. We may not be able to act in our own world, like, individually, but guess what? We can act individually in the world of Cairn. We can take solace in the fact that in these crafted worlds, our actions actually mean something. And we can put an end to the Chthonians and the Aetherials.
Can't do that yet.
Oof. Okay, we're going to put a couple of objects down. Sorry, I was trying to concentrate so I wouldn't die. I may need to... Now, for those who weren't here before, I did have to step away momentarily on stream to go and, you know, talk with my folks as they were leaving the house and get the medication for the dog situated. I may have to step away at 5 to go do that. Now, they told me that I wouldn't have to do it until 6, and the stream will be over at that point. That's in approximately an hour and 45 minutes from now. But I may have to step away earlier than that if I get a call. I guess that's all I'm trying to say. So just be aware, it might be around 5 if that happens. 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And then it would probably only take me about 5 minutes to do what I gotta do. I'm hoping that just won't be necessary. I'm not going to act until I receive a call for that sort of thing. And that's why I like having teleport, kids. Teleport keeps us safe. Keeps us from roaming in piles of stuff. Oh, we're now level 75. Whoopee, we're not replacing any gear. This would be the level to do it, by the way, is level 75. Two more in here. Ooh, Elemental Flow. This might be what I'm looking for. 5% Fizz Res? Yes, please. Then we could trade it out for Bleed Resist. And another point, which we will totally put in Spirit. So we're going to go until we secure a rift. Once we secure a rift, that is the gates of the necropolis. It is not the inner necropolis, however. So what I'm going to do is, now that we have that rift gate secured, we're going to go and actually go back and go to the Steps of Torment. Before that, though, we are bursting to the seams with good gear, with like stuff we can break down. So we're gonna go and we're gonna go back, sell our greens, go buy enough dynamite to break down our blues and our epics, and go from there. I'm gonna just take a moment and order these. And I know I said I hope to not have to replace gear today. I'm hoping we don't have to worry about that. And even if we do have to worry about it, I'm not going to sit there and subject you guys to gear replacements. I'll do that off camera. Rather than actually sit there and make you watch. We did that a couple of times. You guys know how the process works, where you kind of just sit and pour over the gear you find. Although generally in Dawn of Masteries, you're not going to be pouring over gear you find. You're going to be breaking it all down, so you know you have the components you need for the gear you have to make, and not anything else. So, looking good, looking good. Go and clear this out while we're right here and thinking about it. Inventory management, the most tedious portion of the game. I think I've mentioned that a couple of times, several times. You have to manage inventory in these games. Not much more to say other than that. And this could be weirdly relaxing for some people. I actually find it mildly relaxing to just sit there and manage inventory and get it perfect, just right, just the way I like it. And then, like, future management is suddenly 10 times easier. But I know that's kind of a waste. It's a waste of people's time. I don't want to make people watch that. It's not something I would watch. I mean, I would watch it if it were important, but I wouldn't just arbitrarily go sit down and watch a YouTube episode that does this. And that's all it did. I would just skip ahead. Or, you know, go back and look at the chapters and soak in the important bits, the funny bits. The things that YouTubers leave in for pure comedy gold. And then move on to the next episode. But if we're gonna go through a challenge dungeon, we need to be ready. Thankfully, it's one of the easier ones, the Steps of Torment. But you know, there's still gonna be enemies that scale up to us. Also, we're not gonna turn off our grimace settings, so we're gonna have more enemies than usual, more than we had the last time. And that could be stressful. And we could very much end up dying while we're in there. Let's not sell that. And if we end up dying, then we'll just move on to the main quest, and I'll do that. I'll go through the steps of Torment off camera, as there is literally no need to show that a second time. The only reason I would show it a second time... Nice. We have Aether stuff. Well, I mean, more times than is necessary. Maybe I shouldn't say a second time. I should say more times than necessary. And showing it more than once is showing off something we've repeated more than once is kind of something... I'm sorry. Would just not be necessary. Like, at all. Is that everything? No, I see a couple... I see a belt there. Okay, that looks like everything. Let's buy, like, 100 sticks of dynamite. We have, like, four already. And look, I think we were at, like, 3.8 mil today. And we've basically have been bouncing back and forth between 3.8 mil and, like, 3.2 mil.
See you around.
Let's put in the components we already have so they don't get mixed up. As well as all these extra stacks of potions, or tonics and elixirs. We're starting to reach like two and three stacks on some of these. Don't need ancient hearts right now. Alright, here's that partial stack. The elixir of the hunt. Oh, we'll have to take some elixirs with us as well. Some oils and ointments and draughts. We'll have to take all that stuff with us. Let's see here. Anything else in these two tabs? I might need to go see what my dogs are barking about. Okay, and because I know where we're going, we're gonna go ahead and swap out for a full complete stack. Sure there aren't any lingering quest items. Alright, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go right quick and go see what my dogs are barking about, and then I'll come right back. This should maybe take 2 to 3 minutes. See you guys afterwards. I'm so sorry about that. I had to corral the dogs back in. And then I also had to answer nature's call at the same time. Super sorry about that. Where were we? Right. I don't know about that, madam. We have to go to the Steps of Torment. We have to acquire the Archive of Fates. Which I think would be... It's gotta be in Twin Falls, or no, Broken... God, I can't believe I'm forgetting this already. I'll know once I've opened up the actual local map where I'm going. Right, it's like over here somewhere. Yeah, it's Steps to Torment are like here. So we want to be going to the Broken Hills Rift. I will say you do start to recognize some particular map shapes as you play the game more regularly. And you just kind of know where some stuff is, because you know it never changes location. It's always at that exact spot. The only thing that really changes on the way from point A to point B. Also, I did not empty any of my blues, but that is fine. We could just avoid picking up greens on the way. Ooh, nice. What is this? Cyberus? Also, we even have the in-hand dynamite, and I didn't clear it out. I feel like I've, as much as I would like to, like, continue, you know, clearing out inventory, I've wasted enough people's time by having that long break. So we're not going to do that. We will do it if it becomes necessary, though.
Can't do that yet.
Hello, Gennar Vakar. Too bad you're gone. Yeah, so essentially what we're doing now, I kind of have no idea where this is going exactly. Other than as we continue to do these quests, we're going to continue to lose reputation with like the Black Legion. So we will need to keep our eyes out. So I guess this is one of those other things like, you know, you're still not really sure of who Anastasia is. You can sort of figure out that she maybe was a former Aetherial and not much more than that. She kind of, it's easy to trust because she looks like a Taken herself, you know. She looks like, and it sounds like, and acts like. You know, an alternate aspect of the Taken where, what if the spirit that inhabited the human being got along? What if they actually got along? What if the Aetherial is actually like successfully cohabitating with its human host, rather than, you know, like as we've seen so many times, where the sins of the host become the predilections of the Aetherial, where even the Aetherial is not immune to the human psyche. It's only good at possessing bodies. So what if that was also the case, where, you know, whoever is possessing Anastasia found Anastasia to be a wholly likable person. Like there were no sins, there was no fear, none of that. It's kind of hard to say, but that would be the conclusion I would draw. Is that perhaps something in the bonding process changed. Maybe we'll have a chance to ask Anastasia herself and find out, you know, what changed. What changed your, you know, position? Because she's like a master of magic and all. She can easily just wipe the human race out with no effort required, except for maybe handling the likes of Creed or Ulgrim or some others. Even they would fall to possession. It's just fascinating. Fascinating material. Here we are. We are back. Here we are. Back again. Here at the Steps of Torment. I don't know what I was going for with that chant, but I finished it. I'll take an easy ride through the initial first step of torment. I'm pretty excited for the base game to come to its conclusion, because once the base game does come to its conclusion, I actually have no knowledge of what comes next. Like, yes, like I will have read, but I won't have the forbearing prescience to know what kind of decisions to make. It'll kind of be the same as in my other Let's Plays, other series I've done, where I'll start out knowing everything, and then eventually I end up knowing almost nothing. And it's, I don't know. Maybe I could be one of these weird LP channels that knows half of what it's doing. I don't know. No, that sounds like a recipe for disaster, and you should really just either know what you're doing or go in without any foreknowledge at all. What we call them, half a walkthrough? Yeah, it sounds dumb on its face. But that's just kind of how my LPs have ended up. They're usually games I've played at least halfway through. Of course, in the case of the one I'm doing on Twitch that's new, that being Mass Effect, like Legendary Edition, I've beaten the first 2 games and have nearly beaten the third, so it's not like... it's not halfway through. It's like I mostly know what I'm doing. Whereas in Grim Dawn, it's probably really apparent I kind of probably don't know what I'm doing. At least not in the same way. Like, I've played the same section of game many times over, and I know what build I'm using, but I had to have someone coach me on, you know, how to actually build a character properly. Well, maybe not properly, but emphasize defense first. Whereas I really kind of think, you know, Dawn of Masteries has changed that. And you really don't have to worry about defense once you get past normal difficulty. I don't know. Oh, I'm sorry. I am... yeah, I completely missed that. Welcome back, Rowan. I think it's fine to have an approximate knowledge in an LP. 100% knowledge is a tutorial or walkthrough. 0% is like a first impression. The in-between feels more like watching a friend play, and I like that personally. Fair. Fair. I am trying to appeal to the masses, but I definitely do like that response. Thank you. So I guess I can treat that as like an engagement question for other people as well. Suppose we call what I'm doing like half a walkthrough. Where I obviously intend to use the half of the walkthrough I make to make a real one as like edited long form or something. What do people generally like out of content creators? Do you like watching, you know, walkthroughs like I do? I'm a huge Chugga Conroy fan for this reason. I love watching walkthroughs made personal. Or you guys prefer watching first-time LPs? Either is okay. Or, you know, the in-between. We talked about the third case and I nearly forgot to mention it. You know, where someone starts out knowing what they're doing, and then later on they kind of let the game's natural surprises take hold. We're gonna get back from that. I don't know. I think as I've I've been making content as a content creator, I know what I prefer, but I think I've become more content agnostic, where it doesn't really where the creator starts doesn't really so much matter for me. It depends more on what I know I'm getting out of it. So if a first time LP is what is advertised, then that's kind of what I want. Whereas if someone is like, yeah, this is clearly a walkthrough, I expect this person to know what they're doing. And like the 1.5 or the 50% case is more like what I would come to expect out of usual LPs today, where it is just kind of a person going through, experiencing the game in whatever form they've chosen. I think for you, it depends on what you're looking for, says Browan. If it's a game I've never played, I like watching someone who's giving a first impression. It helps me decide if you want the game yourself. If it's a game you've already played or beaten, I prefer someone who knows a good amount about the game. Otherwise, you tend to get frustrated when they miss or overlook things that feel obvious to you. Oh, yes. The whole, oh man, the content creator really should have seen this. It was so obvious. How did they not know it was coming? The genuine frustration when in hindsight you've played the game and realized, man, this person should have just, if they had only asked the extra question, if they only looked one more time, the real titular experience. I don't know. I mean, I feel that same way myself. Like if I'm watching a game that I've already played, I do kind of get irritated. It's more of a subconscious thing. I get irritated when people miss it because I feel like it should be obvious, but then I have to remind myself that it's not obvious. There's a reason that I spent the 20 minutes to find that thing, and when I spent the 20 minutes and found it, I felt like an idiot because it's hindsight bias. Of course, I never come into the chat or comments complaining on what they missed. Oh yeah, that's the icing on the cake. But it does make you a bit annoyed. I just try to let streamers do their own thing. If they miss, they miss. Exactly. If the streamer asks for help, they'll make it clear. Now, if they don't make it clear, then I get a little bit upset, because it's like, what are you supposed to do? They clearly look like they want the help, but they don't make it clear when they're asking. Yeah, in those cases, I tend on not speaking. I try not to even comment about the exact thing they're playing through. You'll see this a lot in like speedrunner chat rooms. The one that I found to be the most exemplar of this is a Twitch streamer named Patty. In all lowercase letters, he's like a speedrunner of sorts. He does a variety of different things. And at first, when Twitch had the chat rooms where you could go and comment about that stuff, he would just direct people to that chat room like, hey, look, if you're going to speculate about what's happening in the game, go there. But when Twitch took that away, unfortunately, then came the bans, because what else can you do? You don't want to be spoiled, you don't want hints, you don't want fake hints. Yeah, that's the other thing, is like the fake hints. When you get speedrunners, apparently you get trolls, for whatever reason. And what do trolls like to do when, obviously, hints are spoiler? Fake hints. Fake spoilers. And then you're just forced to ban anything that's speculative, just to avoid the spoilers, to avoid the fake hints, to avoid the trolls. It's frustrating. I always appreciate a streamer has clear rules about backseating. If I know whether they want input or not, makes it easier to engage without being annoyed. For me, I have this on Twitch. I don't have it on YouTube because I just have different content metrics for YouTube. But if I have something that's like a genuine first time playthrough, I'll actually put in brackets like, hey, this is a first time playthrough. And I usually have a command also attached with that. Like for first time playthrough, I either call it FTP or no spoilers, something like that, where it's like, hey, don't backseat. But when it's a game I've half played through like this, or, you know, it's a game that I have walked through and played completely, I don't mind spoilers. I really don't. I try to structure the spoilers in such a way where if I drop a spoiler, it's timed just right. But if you don't make that rule clear, then you talk about the spoiler when it occurs. That's all you can do. Especially as a sort of a walkthrough let's play where you are trying to show stuff off. You don't know what you're talking about all the time. Having extra input helps. It's a very fine. I'm walking a very fine line. I'll put it that way. I'm walking a very fine line, and it's something that's miry and vague and up to interpretation. I do my best to be clear about it, but it isn't easy. Because everyone has different definitions of what spoilers are. I find that stuff to be super useful as a watcher, along with things like explicitly state trigger warnings or content warnings. All that stuff informs me as a watcher without having to ask the questions. Yeah, because the questions are... It's like that double-edged sword, right? As a streamer and content entertainer, you want to encourage questions. But at the same time, some questions are inherently triggering. So you want to put that stuff in advance. But if you put it in advance, then you're kind of foretelling and foreshadowing what you're doing. And if you want it to be a genuine surprise, you can't do that. It means you had to have looked into the game ahead of time. And there's no way to do that without spoiling yourself.
That skill's not
It's a double-edged sword. I think if I were doing a first time Let's Play, I would still probably have to put a disclaimer by it, because I do want to be able to put in the trigger warnings. Like with Blasphemous, for example. On Twitch, that was the most recent playthrough I've completed. Blasphemous shows bare breasts with nipples, areola, everything. There are naked people. It's bloody. You cut people in half. There is gore. There is religious and spiritual allegory. There is historical allegory. There are lots of things in Blasphemous that I would call a trigger warning. The whole game is a trigger warning. So when I was titling the episodes on Twitch, I would put the gory and graphic disclaimer right before I would put the episode number. So people know, hey, you're already coming in here looking to get triggered. You're going to have content that is displeasing to you. It does get annoying to have a lot of people ask when chat is busy. So if it's stated somewhere viewable, I don't know, viewable. It keeps that repeated stuff to a minimum. Yeah, but then some people don't use the commands. That's kind of the trade-off, right? You can put all the resources you want on the screen, but if you have people who are on mobile or are just generally technologically deficient, they're just going to type and ask the question. And so there, as a streamer, as a content creator, there is no way of getting out of repeating things 10,000 times. That's why there are hydrate commands, ladies and gentlemen. That's why we carry... That's why we have these disclaimers. And we still expect to repeat things. Even Fat Guy 507 puts disclaimers in his descriptions. And in the intro to some streams and some videos, he'll say, the first place you should check is in the description. Read the description. He's very emphatic about it. But still, inevitably, there will be people that come along that don't know. They don't know the commands. They don't ask, and they just want to hear it right from the streamer's mouth. I can actually kind of be that way myself. Like, yeah, I know the command, but maybe I'm going to interpret the command a different way. I like to hear the streamer explain it. It's a very miry, complicated thing. Best way I found to get lists of triggering content is to check the game. Does the dog die? That site is very helpful for triggering content. I've actually never heard of this. So what we're gonna do is, of course, does the dog die? It's probably the first search result right here, right? Tracking 120 plus categories. Okay. Hospital scenes, male crying ridicule, propaganda. Yep, trigger. Childbirth, gaslighting, obscene language. Those are some of mine. Crushed to death. Needles are crushed to death is like a particularly bad trigger for me. Don't like it. But okay, this is probably the site. So when I get a chance to play around with it, I will type some stuff in there. I'm sure Blasphemous would hit a whole bunch of trigger warnings. Commands can get ignored, but overlays that take up small amounts of screen space are usually used instead. I would love to have the skills to do that. They do movies, TV, games, etc. Gotcha. So for example, search Does the Dog Die Grim Dawn, and you'll get a list of what might show up in this game. Yeah, some things I would probably say are body horror, dead bodies, blood, viscera, gore. I'm trying to think of some like general descriptors. The undead, like skeletons. A lot of people in China, or like cultural stigma in China, has to deal with the showing the bones of the deceased. So all the dead they show in games are zombies for this reason. They don't show skeletons, with few exceptions. Etc., etc. I could just think of loads of things that would show up as trigger conditions. Never mind all like the sociological stuff this game also has. Within the first 2 acts of this game, you have to make a choice about something rather serious. And because I happen to know the viewing party in this room, I am going to dance around and not say that particular word, but it's there. You could probably search up Act 2 and probably Isaiah. If you search Grim Dawn Act 2 Isaiah, you'll get what I'm talking about. That's about as much as I'm gonna say. This game is based on Lovecraft horror. It's dark, it's grim. There are few happy endings in Grim Dawn. It's misery central. It's similar to Game of Thrones or Elden Ring in those respects. Or like the happiest endings that are there are the ones that you create. Give me 1 second and I can totally respond to that. Let's see. In this case, you've looked it up. Gotcha. It talks about spiders, bugs, dead animals. Yeah, some things I don't think about that much. Snakes. Sexual assault. That was the one I was trying to dance around. Restraints, broken bones, hanging, stuff with eyes, torture, cannibalism. Yep. There's cannibalism. We covered a specific set of note entries. What? About 4 or 5 episodes ago? Wasn't that long ago. We were bumping into some old entries from people who slowly turned into cannibals over time. I won't go too much more beyond that. But yeah, the game is dark. And I've warned people over and over. Because I'm not the type of person who... We're playing the dark game. I've already conceded that there are going to be people who aren't going to watch this because of the triggers alone. Got it. I try to use the triggering content to create conversations about the topic, like that speculate and talk on it. So, for example, cannibalism. I believe we talked about like the specific events of the codex entries that pertain to the cannibalism. I don't know if we had a real world discussion on it, but I find the discussions are good for tamping down just a little about the triggering content, and it gives us a chance to turn it into either something positive or an experience to learn from. It's just a good website to check as a streamer in case you want to warn your audience about content. I always do my best to do that. I know you're the kind of person who wants people to enjoy content without fear. I do. It's just in some cases, Blasphemous is the one I really think of. Where we put the disclaimer. Like, I can only put so many disclaimers in a Twitch title, after all. Twitch has like a 140 character limit, so I can't put all the disclaimers there. I also have a 10 tag limit, which I need to use for the discoverability of the game. And I don't have room to put all the 50 different disclaimers required for, hey, this thing is a trigger warning. But I do my best to say, hey, this thing is generally gory, graphic, contains many historical references or allusions to events that occurred in real history. Be careful. I do not know who that number is. They can take a hike. I'm choosing to ignore my phone. That's why you and I are careful with the stuff we put into our tabletop games. Yes. We want our players to enjoy things and not be forced to engage with upsetting material if they can't handle it. Yep. Both Rowan and myself have a sheet. I don't know if it's available for free. I can't remember. But we got our copy of is it Consent in Gaming for tabletops? I have the papers in backlog. I have to go get them. I'm not going to flash them on screen, but if I were really serious, I would go grab them. And basically that sheet has a list of like 25 or 30 common triggers that you'll find in games, and whether or not it is a hard no, a soft no, or it doesn't bother you. I'm relatively triggered by few things. There are things that maybe I don't think about often, and when I realize they trigger me, I'll go, yeah, sure. But I do my best not to turn into a hypochondriac about it. Also, I'm going in the complete wrong direction. In the case of trigger warning, it's best to have the sensitive content warning overlaid, and then give a command to a bot that will list the URL for the TW list for them to look at personally. So like the search result with that specific one, I could start doing that. Yeah, that actually might not be a bad idea. I don't know if I'll get around to it today, but I'll definitely get around to it sometime in the next month. Definitely within the next month, because my last day for college classes is the 11th of May. That's when my 2 final exams are, back to back. So I'll definitely have time to put in commands for that. Some of our players have little to no triggers. Some of us do, and it's good to be respectful. No one should be subjected to exposure therapy unwillingly. Exactly. So like exposure therapy is this idea of the best way to deal with things that make you uncomfortable is to be in a controlled environment and then expose yourself to it slowly. For those who just kind of don't know what that is and need like a basic definition, and you and your therapist will sit down and expose yourself slowly. Like the therapist is the necessary ingredient for the controlled environment, along with like, a safe room or something. I'm glad you're almost done with this semester. You're looking forward to the break? Yes and no. On one hand, getting my 3 months is nice. On the other hand, on 2 other hands, I gotta make $330 stretch over like over a 3-month period, starting from May, which I'm not a fan of. And then on top of that, You know, I have to make sure... What's the word I'm looking for? I have to make sure that I've practiced my Organic Chemistry 1. That's something I told myself I would do over summertime so that I would be a little more prepared than I have been for Organic Chemistry 2. Because Organic Chemistry... I squeaked by in Organic Chemistry 1. And you really don't want to be the person who squeaks by in Organic Chemistry 1. Because Organic Chemistry is just the weed out science, period. At least as far as my campus is concerned. It is the weed out science. Like, chemistry is the weed out science, and physics is the weed out science for people who are entering STEM. For people who are trying to enter their field, the organic chem is like that next level. It's meant to weed people out who aren't serious. It's actually a little more complicated than that. Exposure therapy works on the premise of going through a traumatic memory or experience and establishing a baseline of discomfort. Yeah, the more you go through the experience or memory, the easier it gets because you are engaging with it in a controlled or safe space. Exactly, yeah, money budgeting is rough. If you need someone to help you keep up with studying, by the way, just let me know. Always available. Good to know. I will bear that in mind. Thank you. I have a week from the 3rd to make sure I'm studied up on both courses, and really, the one I need to focus on is cell bio. And if you were talking about studying in other contexts, sure, I'll keep that in mind. For organic chem, it really is just making sure I've got my baseline substitution and elimination reactions. Once I have those, everything else falls into place. But I never got those straight going through class. Never. Just like with my amino acids, I've never gotten those exactly straight either. I know the types, I know some of them by name, I know some of them by structure, but I do not know them all. And you have to know them all. Like, you have to know everything contained within the previous classes to have access to the next. It really is quite the brain stretch, but I will get through it. I will chug through it, and if not, then I will be having a normal job and probably looking to better myself in terms of my creative writing so I can become a book author or something. Just have some kind of skill set. I already know how to write papers. Just translating that to an environment where it's more about how you deliver what you say and not the substance of what you say is a separate matter entirely. I like to think of my STEM training as being useful for getting the technical aspects of paper writing correct, but when it comes to writing something that ain't exactly paper and people just willingly want to read it, you need to choose your words not more or less carefully, but you need to make them interesting. You need to make interesting choices that are also accurate. I won't be much help in terms of going through the material with you, but I can always help with flashcards or having you teach me, since teaching helps you learn it yourself. Yep, you are 90% more likely to remember what you learn by teaching than by any other method. No other method comes close. Of course, teaching works best on concepts, and it does not work so well for things you have to memorize. You just have to know it by sight. That's where, like, flashcards and Quizlets and other stuff comes in. Oh, I forgot to pack a skeleton key. Yep, that's exactly what happened. I forgot to pack the skeleton key for this. I'll read that comment in just 1 second. Really? You arose after your master's death. Okay. Also, you're already a pretty good writer. Your campaigns are like novels and the story is very compelling. Thank you. I appreciate the flattery. I'm gonna quiet down for a bit and chat now and focus back on your work. Sounds good. Hope it is productive. Good, I'm glad. We spent all this time and we did not get to the challenge dungeon. I am very upset at myself. But yeah, I hope your work is productive. And then you have a good time doing it. And of course, if nothing else, it is productive. That's like the penultimate goal. If you're going to sit down to do work, let that work be productive. I would hate for it not to be. So, where do I go from here? So I could, I guess, break down our gear. We should probably do that before entering the challenge dungeon. We'll have to get a key anyway. Here's one of our keys now. I'm gonna pack one. Yeah, let's just go ahead and break this down. I know I said I wouldn't be doing this on camera today, but I also didn't expect a challenge dungeon today, and I would like to get the lootables. Even though it is, you know, the Act 2 challenge dungeon, you can always find enemies that are upscaled with you. You can buy an extra, let's see, 50 sticks of dynamite. Your work is currently consisting of trying to get signed up for your 2 last classes in fall. I'm going to be taking them completely online, so you're going to have to make yourself really keep up with it. Well, the offer you extend to me is going to be the offer I extend to you. If you need someone to help you keep account of your affairs and hold you to account, let me know. Otherwise, I hope you're able to make the online classes work out, because those are something else entirely. I've only had the displeasure of taking like a hybrid class, and even then, at least if you had questions, with the hybrids, you had physical instructors you could fall back on. They listed their office hours. They didn't make you meet through Zoom, or anything like that. You just came in and asked the question. Appreciate that. I work well with body doubling best, and by that you mean someone in the room with you to remind you to work, but take breaks for eating and medicine and lots of other stuff. An accountability buddy, as my my former case manager at the Academic Center of Success told me. I like the in-person classes best, but GMC isn't offering either of them on campus, so it's either synchronous or online only. Well, if you want like the benefits of actually talking to someone, I suppose it's synchronous, but I guess you could get that online too. I guess just so I understand, what is the difference between the two? I hear it on campus myself, but I'm at the point in my degree track where I only have in-person classes, with like the exception of whatever my minor courses are. So I often have no choice but to deal with people. So I'm curious to know what that difference is. And I'm still not ready to go to that dungeon yet. Coin, what are you doing? Excuse me, Swirling Vortex, what are you doing? Ugh. Trying to keep up with 2 identities is like the... Well, not 2 completely distended identities is the worst, but... strain of trying to keep up... I envy the, opportunity to change both of their names like this. Or drop frames. I think we're back. Synchronous courses require you to be on the video call at the same time as the in-person classes meeting. Ah, okay. I see what you're saying. Oh, then I have dealt with that exactly a grand total of once. And that was in... the last physics class, the last set of physics classes I took. We had synchronous class meetings. I was in class 1 day per week, and then I was online the other 2 times of the week. Meaning I'll be online at, say, 10 a.m. while that class is in person at another location. Right. Online usually only has pre-recorded lectures, and all material and work is self-taught, self-monitored. Yep. Good to know. I guess I kind of more or less knew the difference, but having it explicitly stated is good. Gotta challenge your own assertions sometimes, people. Sometimes you think you know something until you no longer do. Or you know it and don't know how to say it. Don't be afraid to challenge your own assertions, people. Always be willing. Like, if you can't question yourself, how are you going to question the world? There is a synchronous version of the micro econ course, but you despise that professor. And you and I have talked about that before. So I'll choose online, even though I don't like the online classes as much. Good luck to you, although I hope you do not need it for the online course. It's not so much I worry about like your work ethic or what you do and don't do. I'm more concerned about, you know, people online can be really brutal. They can be outright jerks. People use that computer screen as an excuse to be dirtbags. That's what I worry about. In person, people, unless you're tenured, you gotta at least try to play nice with people. And really, the stigma around tenure is just that it implies the professor doesn't have to care about their job. I have a professor this term who is on tenure. Super nice guy. Works with everybody. Is an easy negotiator. I hope that never changes. I'm afraid it probably will. Or it inevitably will. I don't know. I try not to let the tenure, like, tenure or no tenure be a predilection or a predisposition for judging. I try not to do that. They're both a bit math heavy, so it depends on how they want the work done. Gotcha. If it's all mostly Excel, then you're fine. If you need to use a math lab type of site, it's always harder. Yeah. For me, this term, it's OpenStax. And because the same book is used in 1 and 2, Intro to Physics 1 and Intro to Physics 2, I'm going to have the same book next time. And for those who kind of don't know what Physics 2 tends to entail, if Physics 1 is about motion and energy as it corresponds to motion, Physics 2 is more about energy as it corresponds to heat, sound, and things we can't see, or light. So it's going to be the more interesting, but less straightforward material. And OpenStax Books has something called OpenStax Tutor, which is essentially like a math lab, but online. Oh my god. So I'm gonna vent for a minute. For a hot minute. If you need to go work, by all means. Those interfaces always drive me nuts. And it's always different. It's different crap with every interface. So with OpenStax Tutor, if I type in a measurement like 45.9 meters per second squared, and I abbreviate it, so in computer terms, that would be 49.5 m/s caret cap or shift 6 2. It doesn't like that answer because it thinks I'm cheating. That's right, cheating. It even says nice try. Try the answer again, but in your own words. Or, go back and review the section. And try another answer. When it will take the answer if I literally say 49.5 meters, as in the word, per, as in the word, second, as in the word, squared. Like, written out in full, with spaces. I want to have a literal brain aneurysm. I would literally rather be brain dead than deal with it. It's the worst. I just don't like the level of monitoring that comes from the stats or math labs. I'm forced to see not only the grades, but also how much time you spend on the site. Oh, those are like teacher metrics. Those are things that usually instructors are supposed to see. And because not every assignment is graded, it makes me anxious to see all the incomplete, not started work, even though the professor doesn't require it. Ah, yes, exactly. Exactly. For me, the worst is just the inconsistency in how it wants its answers. And sometimes you'll be told to say something this or that way in lecture, but when it comes to the like the writing prompt, but usually with the physics reading assignments, there are like full-on essay prompts, where you'll write like 3 or 4 sentences, and it turns out the answer was literally less involved or way more involved than you thought it was. And so your 4 sentences, which the instructor can read but doesn't necessarily use for grading, either makes you look like you overthought the question or you're a complete idiot. That's the cherry on top for me. Is I either look like a complete idiot or I look like I was stressing out over nothing, and I hate how that makes me look. I feel incompetent when that happens. Of course, I coach myself and get over it eventually, and realize I'm sure just as many people either put a one sentence non-relevant answer just to get to the multiple choice, or they're like me, but they don't have my emotions. They don't have my same emotions. There's no way to know if that's how other people experience it. So that doesn't change how I feel. The coaching doesn't make me any less irritable when OpenStack's tutor decides to say, no, this answer is wrong, despite it having the right number and the right units. Just, ugh. I get jumbled into big knots talking about it. The other thing I don't like about online work is that most professors require a ton of discussion or board work. Ugh, that is the worst. Look, I don't care what Gary B says about my post. You didn't read the article either. Or, like... So, I thought this was kind of what my cell bio course was going to be like, and then it turns out it very much wasn't like that. We had to introduce ourselves on like a forum post for D2L. And, I kind of... lots of people were super explicit in, like, their interests and hobbies and all of that stuff. And they were explicit even though the question gave them no guidance to be explicit. And I'm like, okay, if you want to share that much about yourself, that's fine. I'm going to kind of keep it... I'm going to keep everyone at, like, 1.5 arms length. There's no reason to get that personal. The most I basically said when it comes to my interest in hobbies is that I don't do crime as a hobby. I don't mention that stuff. Although I guess I probably have a personal bias of not sharing my hobbies with other people I don't know. But that's neither here nor there. Even taking that bias into account, and if I were a normal person, I probably would have given 1 to 2 sentences about what I do as a hobby. There were people who wrote 4 times that amount. Over detail the instructor does read. And I feel sorry for her that she read it. I feel bad for the instructor, even though she set us up to type that. Please don't make me write a 250-word post and respond to 2 to 4 class meets. Thankfully, we didn't have to do that. None of us want to be doing this. I would rather have a quiz than a discussion post. I beg. The problem with a lot of business courses is that you're also selling yourself and your future business, so you have to share details about yourself or lose points. Yup. At least with the experience I just discussed, it was like, hey, we did this bingo thing during the first day of class to get to know everybody better, But really, it's going to be all about the cell bioscience, and not about whatever we learn. So I'm free to just stand and forget it. I would hate to be in your shoes and that you have to actually remember what other people are going for in terms of like their business and how they're selling their own businesses and themselves. I would hate to be that person. It's not that I don't care about people. I actually love people. I love getting to know more about them, but only on my own terms. I don't want to get to know someone when I don't have a choice in the matter. I'll do it, but I'm not going to be very happy. Or, you know, I like to learn a lot more third-hand knowledge about people by observation. Where if I had the means to drive myself anywhere I wanted, I would go sit in bars, bookstores, taverns, or I guess not taverns, but they would be hotels, where there are public sitting spaces, or subway stations, or anything else. And literally sit there with my phone and probably a book of some kind, and periodically look up for like a few minutes to see what people are doing. Because I'm that curious. I want to know. Nothing makes me want to be swallowed up by the earth more than telling Taylor R about my hobbies when his hobbies are golf, Bud Light, and microbrewing. I'm like, I play D&D. Most of the people I met in business courses are people who would have bullied you in high school. Exactly. Just, I can't imagine the level of trepidation and fear that comes from telling people that. Like, D&D is probably it's becoming more mainstream, but there are still limits, and there are no guarantees that the people you bump into are going to be either avid players or at the very least people who don't mind it, people who tolerate it, right? We're going to put this back while we're going through a legacy dungeon, or a challenge dungeon, excuse me. We've already run through so much scrap. Lots of scrap. Here we go. We're going to do this. Yeah, I kind of just don't give people ammunition to that sucks. I'm sorry to hear that you have to do that. I wish you didn't. Because that would probably make people... It would probably make you more palatable to some people. D&D is the safe answer these days because of Stranger Things and Critical Role. But my other hobbies are, heaven forbid, your disabilities and limitations are things you genuinely fear telling people. Yeah, it's like a self-defense mechanism. You don't want people... Plus, on top of that, there's the whole, should I tell them my pronouns thing? In accepting crowds, sure, but, you know, if you're not sure, maybe not. And that's not me trying to disparage your pronouns or anything. You're probably more aware of it than I'm letting on. Yeah, it's just one of those... I'm stating the obvious, the thing you already know, for the purposes of conversation. Because that's kind of how conversations on stream go, where people repeat all the stuff they were told over, well, not over and over, but the implicit becomes explicit sooner rather than later. And it always annoys people, despite, like, I don't want to be misgendered, but also Bradley probably won't care to remember. Right, exactly. I also like how you're using actual plausible random names each time. I have to get better about that. I usually use the same ones, or I'll, like, deviate once or twice. I need to get better at that. It'll make me better at, like, subbing in random names for tabletops as well. You and I know how this stuff is and why we choose to tell others, but it's still rough going sometimes. At least you're understanding? Thank you. And I do my best to understand, and I'm still confused. Sometimes. About specific things. The generalities of it I get well enough. The names make it seem more like it actually happens. Makes the stories feel more organic. Exactly. Exactly. Did we? We did. Okay. Elixirs, tonics, oils, salves, and so much more. We gotta grab some of those. Confusion is fine. It's the trying that matters. Yeah, it's never like that. It's never confusion on small, on big things. It's always tiny stuff. And it's nothing that I can't solve by looking things up. What we're doing now, for those who don't know, be right back. Got to feed the cat very well. I hope that is productive. For those who don't know what I'm doing, we've done this song and dance a couple of times, but I figured it is probably worth mentioning now, is we are going into a challenge dungeon, and they're the roguelike portion of the game, where if you die, it resets, you have to get another key, you have to make another key, so on and so forth. So what we're doing is we're going to actually probably not use that elixir. I want to save that for the final boss. And we are making sure we are set up to succeed. We are set up with all the buffs that we will ever want, so that nothing in the game kills us. That's pretty much it. That's what we wanted, is this. Death Whisper Ointment. And I'm going to carry the Arcanum Oil. We already have some of these. Okay. Sir Divine Protection. I don't want to use that if I don't have to. Draughts. Steel Skin. Oh, we're going to have tons of stuff going in here. Elixir of the Hunt. We are going to pack that. And Elixir of the Mentor.
I'll keep an eye out.
Yeah, so our idea is we're going to apply all the long-term buffs, and then we're going to take one or two, like, short-term buffs in and have them ready. Is this the correct one? Yeah, it's Elixir of the Hunt. That way we can use them to quickly DPS down the things we need to get rid of in this challenge dungeon. And I also brought plenty of dynamite just in case, just in case we find something we can unlock. The gates of anguish have been opened. Oh, really? Okay. We probably don't need our buffs to get started, because we're still in misery right this second, but as soon as we cross the threshold, or slightly before we cross that threshold, we want to go ahead and buff up. Alright, so we're going to Death Whisper Ointment, Bloodbound Ointment, or Frost Ointment, Flame Drinker Ointment, Spirit Bane Ointment, Venom Guard Ointment, Elixir the Mentor, Flask of Steel Skin, Draught of War, Elixir of the Aether, Lesser Potion of Mastery. God, do I have a regular Potion of Mastery in here? No, I do not. And Elixir of the Courier. There we go. It's like watching that it's like that anime trope where it's like, here is this divine priest casting all of these auras. I forget exactly what it is, but it's like right before combat starts. It's like a rather famous one. If I have time when we start wrapping up for stream, I will totally go and get that meme. Because it is funny. I don't know if we want to be in here. We kind of just want to move quick. And I'm sorry if I'm not talking as much. Even though this is like the first challenge dungeon, I do want to focus on it. You can die in here, and I don't want to lose more resources than necessary. We do have other challenge dungeons that we want to do and actually waste resources on. Was that a nemesis? No, it's not a nemesis. Hello, Grand Priest. Hello, random minion. Nice, sphere level 76. And we are still bleeding out. Gonna put another point in physique. And while we wait, we're gonna plot 2 points. For those who maybe don't remember, we did do this like maybe 5 or 7 episodes ago, when I was showing off the challenge dungeon for the first time. One of the things you want to bear in mind is that this place has tons of like traps, like landmines and such, and it's easy to get yourself killed, you know, just walking somewhere. And looting shiny treasures is nice until you realize that the shiny treasure typically leads to death. Thank you for your service, Sir Boss, Sir Hero. But we've had enough of your heroism for one day. All of that shiny loot. He likes killing, never mind. I watched this Let's Player called Kikoskia. He does a lot of old tabletop Let's Plays. Or like random point-and-click adventures. And the one that I fondly remember is his playthrough of Dungeon Hack. And he played like an evil cleric named Celadran. And some of the lines in that Let's Play stuck with me. That's what I was going to say, and then I realized how out of sorts and out of place it actually was, and stopped saying it. I am a Rolodex of YouTube stuff. I wish I were a Rolodex of, you know, actually important material. I wish I were a Rolodex of 20 amino acids. Maybe that's what you have to do. You just gotta spend your spare time on stuff you want to get educated with. And that was a very dangerous practice I just did. Where I'm a Rolodex of random stuff people say, and I'm not really a random Rolodex of useful facts. At least useful facts come in handy. Crap people say, not so much. You finished harassing me. Oh, just beautiful. This is like music to my ears. I would love to grind this stuff out randomly. Alright, let's go through Section 2. I remember this being short. Just be careful. Take your time. And you can't zone out for even a single second in here. So, even though it's kind of a waste, I do want to reapply these ointments. Some of them have probably already fallen off. And of course, some of them have also disappeared. Bloodbound and Death Whisper. There we go. At least all of our defensive ointments are still in place. We are gonna experience some damage fall off eventually. But we'll be ready for it. He says is almost dying immediately and having a long-term bleed on him.
That skill's not ready.
You could trap me in here, but you'll never kill me. Oh, those are cursed. That is cursed material. Very cursed material. One should never provoke the gods ever. If you want to live. So, do you want to die or do you want to die? Says random god A and B. Oh, we're dying slowly. Need help. Okay. Is he dead? Good. Finally. That only took up 10 minutes to do. Oh, you're not trapping me in here. Not today. So, this is kind of like the grindy part of the LP, where it's like, there's another guy I watch. His name is, I believe he switched to, like, what, GM Darius? I have returned. The cat is I was about to say, the cat is fresh and given fed water, but, it is, the cat is fed and given fresh water. Good. I'm glad to hear that. Welcome back. Hopefully that wasn't a taxing process for you. Oh, if you've given me the opportunity to cheat, game, I think you've given me the opportunity to cheat. And I'm going to use it because challenge dungeons are hard. Yeah, as I was trying to kind of say at startup, is that this is kind of like the grindy part of the LP, where I can only say so much before I just kind of loop back in and repeat myself over and over and over and over and over and over again. So now is the time where I'll ask some stuff. If this series were to end today, it won't. But if it were, I'd like to know what you guys would want. I don't have the same level of regulation on content for YouTube that I do on Twitch. Like, I know what I intend to do after this game is completed, and that is to play the Elix series. That was one of the things I wanted to do, and I'm definitely committed to it. But if other stream days were to open up, like during the summer, as I was talking about before, what would you guys want to see? This is YouTube, so we can totally have some more lengthy RPGs. I don't have to try to make the action exciting. The story can just be the reason we're playing. YouTube is a more relaxing space. For whatever reason, Twitch people are junkies. They're action junkies. It just performs better on metrics. Despite insistence to the contrary, the metrics just don't lie. So YouTube is my chance to kind of like play things I normally wouldn't on Twitch. And Discord is even more of that chance. Nah, he's pretty chill about his food. Weather's super nice out for him. So the hard part is getting him to come in and actually eat and rest from the heat. Oh, I feel you. That's going to be a rough proposition come summertime proper. Getting him to just come inside. Because outdoor pets like being outdoors. They have mechanisms that are designed to let them be outdoors. We basically have to reapply the 600-second ones. Yep, it's this. Anything else? No. We'll just use up another elixir and we'll refresh all our ointments. I know these types of games aren't super your style, but I think it'd be fun to see attempt a survival or farm sim like a Stardew or maybe Don't Starve. I want to have Stardew Valley on this channel. I want to. And I want it to be modded with all the bells and whistles, much like Grim Dawn is. But Stardew Valley's going to be getting like a update 6.0. And that's going to be like the mod apocalypse. Because right now, all the Stardew Valley mods are working on like version 5. Either 9 or 7. One of those two things. And Stardew Valley 6.0 is going to release like the modding framework and some other stuff. And there's going to be a whole bunch of code changes. Everything. And so that's going to be considered the new mod apocalypse for that game. And because of that, the modding scene's going to die until it, and all the modded games are going to die and break. So Stardew Valley's kind of like one I'm keeping in my back pocket. I'll do it when I'm ready. I don't even have to be prompted. I don't even have to vote on it. It's just a matter of, can I get the timing right? It depends on Eric Barone, I think his name is. He's the like the lead. He's either the lead dev or he's like the project owner for Stardew Valley. No, Eric Barone's like the real name. I think the name he normally goes by is Concerned Ape. Yeah, that's true. Stardew's getting a pretty big update soon. Don't Starve is pretty stable. Or you could go for a more roguelike game like Binding of Isaac or Dead Cells. I have done Dead Cells before. I have not done it with... Well, I've done it on Twitch, not YouTube. I don't know how YouTube would work exactly. With Twitch, I had like the Twitch integration and stuff. I don't think YouTube has that. Give me 1 second and I'll continue my thought process. Just gotta kite things, control things. And the job isn't getting any easier. Okay, well, we're right here, and nothing is coming this direction. I gotta keep my eye on the screen. In case something teleports. I don't know about Binding of Isaac. That's probably not my style. A little bit too, I say it's graphic, but here I am playing Blasphemous, so maybe I'm my own worst hypocrite. I don't know. I guess just Binding of Isaac has never been a game I've wanted to play, although it's fun to watch. I don't know. I don't like the imagery. He says, knowing he's played Blasphemous, where the imagery is literally worse. I don't know. I know. The self call-outs mid-conversation are probably not my finest hour, but what else am I supposed to say? But with Dead Cells, I'm not sure about... Oh god, I'm trying to think of what to say, and I need to look at the time. I don't know. It was better with the integration, if my memory serves me correct. If YouTube had, like, integrations for games... to be fair, Binding of Isaac has a lot of, like, pee and poop and blood. It probably doesn't sit well, because the whole storyline of Binding is very un-Christian. It is very... It uses it as a baseline, and it makes plenty of references to it, but it does it in the same way I would expect a Japanese game to do it, where games that are made in Japan, a lot of RPGs, tend to make a parody out of religion. Final Fantasy X is a very good example of this, where in Final Fantasy X, the whole storyline with, like, Yuna and Titus, minor spoilers, the game's like 20-ish years old, so I'm going to do some minor spoilers, where Yuna goes on this big journey and is literally learning how to evoke the gods. In the meantime, you learn that things are this way. Things just kind of are the way they are in Final Fantasy X, and there's a lot of excessive, needless tradition. At least that's how the game plays it out. So one can call the entirety of Final Fantasy X a satire on religion as a whole. And it's not anti-Christian, but it uses Christianity as the base, if you know where to look. There's a lot of lore videos that I watch on the subject, because I was deeply curious. I played Final Fantasy, I beat it. I didn't think there was much... I knew the thing was a parody on religion. I didn't think the thing was a satire on religion. I had to go unlearn my point of view and relearn a different point of view. But yeah, I do want to bring that up. To make the long story short, I do want to bring that stuff to you guys. I don't know about Binding, though. Binding's a little hard even for me to stomach, and I think Rowan has the right of it. I think the scatological stuff is probably like the strongest trigger for me. Is just, if I don't know it's coming and it just comes out of nowhere, black, gross, yuck, I literally want to retch when I see it. I fight the gag complex. And I just tend not to like games that do that. Which is why I recently, not recently, but like the last time we did our RPG content sheets, I think I said something about the scatological stuff, because it does freak me out. I remember as a kid, I sifted through, trigger warning, I sifted through, like, dried owl, like, remains out of an owl's meal, like for a biology course. And there were a lot of sharp bones and stuff. It's pretty yucky if you aren't prepared for it. I'm glad you're saying it too, because that makes me feel a little better about saying it the way I was going to say it. Thanks. Yeah, it just looks gross to me. I feel grossed out. Yuck. And significant body horror. I understand not wanting to play it. Yeah, I can only take so much body horror. I think the amount of body horror I really kind of want to experience is limited to this game. And that's because I expect it. And Path of Exile, which also has body horror. And Blasphemous, which also has body horror. But there, you expect it. The Binding of Isaac, I get that you're supposed to expect it. But the game does not come across that way. It just doesn't. I don't know. Are you forewarned? I think between the two of us, it's pretty easy to tell. Given the whole poop issue, I guess you aren't keen on checking out Cult of the Lamb yet. I know nothing about Cult of the Lamb. If it has scatological stuff in it, thank you for warning me in advance. Because I have thought about adding more benefits for people to actually make hard requests of games and not just vote on games. And if someone asks me to play that, I need to be very aware that people might ask me to play games that are going to gross me out. I will definitely check out videos on Cult of the Lamb after that, because I do need to know for, like, personal sanity reasons. I think for me, it really does just depend on context. I won't say it always freaks me out, because like I was mentioning in my childhood example of digging through basically dried owl dung. I knew it was dung. I knew what it was. I knew that there were digested animals that had died, that the owl had scavenged or preyed upon. I knew all of that. But seeing, like, the dead bones mixed in with, like, the dried dung was just another experience altogether. At least in that scenario, I was aware. I expected it. I knew. And I was still grossed out. I could tame my emotions then. When I just come across it randomly, no, you get the legitimate experience. It's a wonderful game, really, but your little followers do poop in places that the toilets are full. They also sometimes want to consume the poop. Depends on how they consume it. I am being as ginger with that point as I possibly can be. If they're like, if it's graphic, if it's like really explicitly showing them eating it and enjoying it, maybe not. Maybe not. But, I am at least willing to look before I judge. Despite my immediate 10 or 15 voices in my head saying, no, don't look at the scatological horror. Don't look at it. I'm gonna at least quell them long enough to look. You cook it for them and put it in a bowl. Oh, joy. As in cooked scatological stuff is better. They don't all want to. Yeah, I could definitely tell that. But sometimes they just ask outright as a quest. You know, I really shouldn't be as grossed out as I am regarding the whole thing. After all, people eat whale vomit or like whale feces. It's called ambergris, and it's like something of a delicacy in some parts of the world. And that doesn't gross me out quite so much, but maybe that's because I don't look at it and I don't look into it. I don't know. This is a very disturbing line of conversation. Yes, I'm very aware I'm going overtime, but we need to continue until we are done with the challenge dungeon or the game crashes. And game, this is not an invitation for you to crash. I want to point that out right now. Don't crash. Don't even think about crashing. Because some of us in here, wow, I'm tied up in 15 knots. As some of us in here have already, bore witness to, this game can and does crash. For out of nowhere, often on a loading zone transition, but it can do it at other times. Yeah, I'm kind of wound up now. I didn't need the coffee. Talking about this woke me up real quick. I think where we want to go is toward the center, because we're trying to finish. So we get this diggy little tome that we totally can't go back. Oh, okay. Oh, really? Come on. Stop triggering traps. Maybe I should bring my laptop tomorrow and show you a little snippet of Cult of the Lamb. Sure. I've beaten the game already, although there's a major content update coming this week. So how would you describe, like, the content? Is it like freeware or free LC, kind of like Blasphemous, where they release it and you don't have to pay? Or is it like a small one-time purchase? Or is it more like a service? Just out of curiosity. While I'm here, I'm going to refresh another one of these. And then get ready to pop a potion. Pop number 8. Give me 1 second. I am interested in conversation, but I do want to focus. Is that it? Seriously? Okay. Sure. Baruch's Torment. Okay, but where's the archive? That's the whole reason I came here. Was the archive. What? It's a free update. No need to pay. Paid once for it on Steam, and so far all updates have been free. Nice. Okay, so it's kind of like the DLC's freeware. Free LC. It's bullet hell mixed with Civ management. I think I remember you and like our good friend talking about it once or twice, but only the once or twice. Okay, I really don't want to have to repeat this. Where is this thing? Is it in here? Give me just a moment. I gotta help your little followers make buildings and farms and a church to worship you. Oh, this sounds like a Fillmore, I think, is it? Fillmore? There's like this old game that was both an RPG and like a Civ sim at the same time. It was really weird. I know Pro Jared played through like the remake or remaster of it, and I can't quite remember the name. Okay, I gotta look this up. I want to make sure I know exactly what I'm doing, so give me just 1 second. Because I don't want to repeat this again. If I do have to repeat it, then I'll do it off screen. We are looking for the Archive of Fates. That's what we're missing. Oh, come on, phone. Yes, I do look things up on my phone from time to time. I usually try to do it on break if I don't know. This part of the game is I did my reading, but I don't remember everything. Also, some things I definitely didn't read, and this is one of them. I knew mostly because I knew where I was going. I believe it's archive. If I could get my phone to type correctly. Yeah, here it is. The Shade of Elnadren on level 4. Was this not right? What level are we on? Am I not in the right steps of torment? I sure hope so. Sorry if I'm being silent. I'm really trying to get this straight. Because if I've gone the wrong place, that's not good. Speaking of which, while while I'm looking this up, has anyone else ever had to look up something for a game before? I say this because, and the obvious answer is yes, but I am curious. Okay. No good. Go back to the steps. You also get to name and design your followers as they join. Usually, there are stages when you go out exploring quests and big bosses to fight. Yeah, that sounds exactly what I watched Pro Jared play. well, maybe not the same game, but like it's the same experience. There's actually lore too, though I won't spoil it. Oh, you know I have. Game Facts started it all, but even right now I have a Critterpedia open for Animal Crossing, New Horizons, trying to complete that museum. Ah, yes. Animal Crossing, the literal game for grinders. I guess this is technically tier 5, and we need to go back and look somewhere else. Alright, I guess we're not done yet. And we gotta find this tome. If I can't find it, I'm not gonna extend stream until I get it. I will just go back and either look through video or do something so that we can just get the tome and continue right where we left off. Because I don't want to drag this out. I was just expecting it to be straightforward and not complicated like it currently is being. It's been 3 years and you still haven't completed a museum. Some critters have an extremely low spawn rate. I believe that. I believe you. That sounds rough, and I'm really sorry that you even have to deal with that. Oh, and I have to go around. You gotta be kidding me. Okay, game. If we're gonna be this complicated, fine. We're gonna be this complicated. Whatever. Tedium. Yeah, I don't know. Animal Crossing is something I also want to do for specifically YouTube. I don't think it would go over well on Twitch. I know people who you know, sorry, I'm all over the place. I know there are content creators who have done it. I think I mentioned Kikoskiet earlier. He's also done and perhaps is still doing Animal Crossing. 1 second. Something was at the back of my throat, and I don't know what it is. But he does Animal Crossing streams. Sorry, I sound very strained. God, I'm crying. He is doing he either has done or is still doing Animal Crossing streams, and he's probably been going at it for a year. God. Some folks do quite well streaming Animal Crossing. I'm not sure how your usual watch crowd would be about it. They're definitely the kind that prefer action. I know that Animal Crossing doesn't have some, but Animal Crossing's action is, I caught a thing. I listened to the character do this thing. You know, cleared the debt off my house again. I completed the museum. You do a bunch of grinding. It's kind of similar to an MMO, although with Animal Crossing you could pick it up and stop playing wherever you want. Yeah, it's definitely grinding for perfection. And I'm not trying to tap dance around the statement. I'm just trying to actually think and talk at once. And that's the best answer I have, is it just tends not to mesh well with the people that stop by. Then again, I play a variety of things, and so you know, I pick up a variety of people. Maybe if I it's The Sims but harder to make things look nice. Yeah, exactly. It's definitely harder to make things look nice. Also, with The Sims, it's like adult, whereas Animal Crossing is kind of seen like a kid's game, and I guess it kind of is. It's definitely more like PG-13, closer to the PG than the closer to like available for public. There's like a few things that like raise the game's rating, but it's very small. I don't know. I guess I just don't know enough about how Sims perform on like streaming platforms in general. And I should dig into that metric sometime, because Stardew Valley is also a sim. It is a farming sim specifically, but it is a sim. And if those things don't do well, like just generally, then I don't know. It'd be something. It would probably be something like patrons and subs vote for. I think if you wanted to stream it, you'd have to decide what sort of playstyle you want to have. Exactly. And I think I would probably fast forward. Like, as soon as I was done doing what I wanted to do, I would probably fast forward to the next day. The Sims does very well on Twitch. It's usually for long plays with generations, though. Gotcha. It sounds like you've actually been in the scene for yourself, then. At least looked at the scene. You may trap me, but not before I zap you. We will find this tome yet. We haven't looked everywhere. We haven't exhausted all the options yet. Although if I don't find it after, you know, literally combing every inch of the dungeon, I will just look it up, and the next time we stream, I'll either already have the tome in my possession, or I'll be paused where we're getting the tome. One of those two things is happening. In Animal Crossing, there's two types of streamers: showcasers or completionists, and challenge runners. And yeah, I follow someone who makes YouTube content, and also streams on Twitch. She gets over 1,000 viewers regularly on Twitch, and I think almost 1 million subs on YouTube. Gotcha. That makes some sense. I think you and I may not have talked about that exact person before, but you are definitely much more of a prolific YouTube watcher than I am. I think the most I do with YouTube is watch specific niche things and then fall asleep to it. Which I gotta change my watch habits, because they don't help me. I have to be... It's weird. I'm doing content for both YouTube and Twitch now, so I need to do both. But, like, my bigger platform is Twitch. So I should definitely be watching stuff on Twitch. Minted live, a lot more. As for the Sims, by the way, her name is Little Simsy. Okay, I think I got that correct. She's even worked with the EA Sims team along with other creators. Pretty cool. Now, that is cool. Getting a chance to work with the actual devs is always nice. Sits well on a resume, makes people go ooh and ah a whole lot. Alright, this is really starting to tick me off. Because the quest points you here, not like it don't. Let's take a look at it again. Skeletal fiend known as the Shade of Elnadrin. Take its tome, known as the Archive of Fates. Alright, yeah. Steps of Torment in the Broken section. Am I in the wrong place? Am I in the challenge dungeon when I should just be in the regular Steps of Torment? But here's the thing. We wiped through the Steps of Torment and we didn't find it then. This is really weird. I'm sorry if I'm like popping off right now. And I'm way over stream time, but yeah, this is irksome. And normally popping off's a good thing, by the way. I think I'm the one using it in the context of, look at this guy getting so upset. Oh, nice of you to join us, Ghoul. Let's get out of there before I die. Her thing is, aside from generational family play, is that she whoa, I'm not reading that correct. Her thing, aside from generational family play, is how design. She also just challenges like attempting to recreate houses from real life into The Sims. I think you'd enjoy doing it more than watching it. Also, you're fine. I get the feeling of being annoyed by not knowing where you're supposed to be at in the game. It's more like something is not there in its correct place, or I'm obviously missing something. House design, gotcha. I was gonna go back and correct that in a moment, but my annoyance took over first. Given that you're over time, though, don't you need to stop and eat soon? I do. I do. Luckily, we're in that very last portion of the dungeon we haven't looked yet. Okay. Kite things very slowly. If we don't get it after this small missing section, I will just look it up. And next time we are on YouTube, I'll again either have it in my possession already, or oh god, or you know, I'll be right there before it. Like I'll have the game paused and everything, and we'll go from there. No problem. We all make speech errors, myself included. I make more speech errors on camera than off camera, because I'm speaking hella fast on camera. I think that's probably been my biggest complaint, you know, amongst people that have watched me for a while, is just that I talk kind of fast. Granted, it doesn't help that my audience is, you know, natively European. Just want to make sure you're taking care of yourself. Thank you. I appreciate that. It doesn't help that my native watch audience tends to be European, and so English is like a second language for them. But I think even among people who have watched my VODs before, I just tend to talk fast. And I try so hard not to in real life. But if I don't talk quick, then we'll be here for 6 hours. Because I take my time and ponder over the meanings of my sentences before I speak them. Alright. So, it looks like we don't have a tome. We don't have a tome, ladies and gentlemen. No Archive of Fates. We're not going to be pleasing Anasteria with this. Unless it's that one tiny little nubbin over there. And if it is, I'm going to be mad. You know what? I would be remorse. God, I can't even talk right. I would be remiss if I didn't check that tiny little section. I think in addition to talking quick, you also think too much about what you're going to say. So you end up tripping over the words you're currently saying, while also thinking about what you're going to say next. Yes, I waited for someone to be able to state that. That's exactly it. I'm already trying to think 5 miles ahead of what I'm doing. And that causes me to not get my current phrase correct. I even keep telling myself to slow down, knowing that exact problem is going to happen. And I speed right back up. Does not, like, pepping myself does not work. I just also don't want to sound like I have speech impediments or speech problems. I just don't want to give the impression that I don't know how to talk. But maybe that's the truth of it, is that I should just slow down. Slow down and, if this is the thing, this is not the thing. You know what? I'm actually happy that I don't, that is this it? No. I get the feeling it's a drop from a boss. I fully get that, and the worry about being misunderstood is so ever present. Yes, that's the other thing, is I feel like if I don't think 50 steps ahead about what I'm going to say, I am going to be misunderstood. Because sometimes we do talk about sensitive topics, and it's easy to just fall afoul of that. Sometimes you just gotta slow down and breathe. And that's today's takeaway, folks. Slow down and breathe. Speaking of slowing down, it's time to wrap up today's episode. Is that if your normal speech patterns include stutters or stammers and mistakes, that's allowed to be okay. You wouldn't berate someone else who has those things. No, not really. I would be confused, but that'd be about it. So you shouldn't be so hard on yourself either. Thanks. So, we do not have the Archive of Fates. However, we did make good progress. We did make good progress. We did get past Fort Ikon. through the Plains of Strife to the gates in the Acropolis. We have like 3 regions to go before we end the base game, and we start worrying about the follow-up, the Ashes of Malmeth, which I already have the portals for, but we're not going to actually do anything about yet. Just know that I already have them because of getting contracts on 1 or 2 episodes prior to this. We were told that it would be useful for us to get them already in advance. Next time on Grim Dawn, we're going to have this Archive of Fates, because I'm going to make sure that we know the exact mechanism for how to retrieve it. End of story. Then after that, we got to find the Spirit of Mogdrogen and slay Bane Gargoth. Like, we still have some quests we got to do. Even in the final hours of stopping the Logarian from being summoned. Because that's kind of what we're leading up to at the end, is we got to stop the Cult of Cthon from summoning the Logarian and literally bringing Cthon into this world. This is a really stunning conclusion, or it should be if we didn't have DLC. If you guys like the content, subscribe and turn on your notifications. Just zap that bell for me, just a little bit, just so you don't miss the content. And if you want to personalize it so you're watching Grim Dawn, that's totally fine. That's the bell. That's the liberty of having the ability to tinker with your notifications, is being able to say, hey, I want to watch this specific content, or no, I want to watch everything. Absolutely everything. If you guys want to check out other content, the best place to find it is over at Swirling Vortex VODs. I also stream live on Twitch. That's www.twitch.tv/coinstamp. Just the name, no number. Yay. And everything I stream, except for like a few select things that I don't think would do particularly well in a stored VOD format, goes up there as a stored VOD. Yeah, Swirling Vortex 09 VODS. I don't have any shorts, or else I would recommend you do that. What days and times do you stream on Twitch? So I stream on Twitch every Wednesday and every Sunday. From 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Or for you 24-hour folk that have a hard time with the 12-hour format, that would be 13 o'clock Eastern Standard Time and 17 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. I've gotten so good at both that I just kind of know both formats at this point. I'm also a military child, so I know those times as well if you need them. I'm a wandering chronomancer. Anyway, Wednesdays and Sundays, 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Twitch. And obviously you guys are here on YouTube. But just in case, for those of you viewing the VOD, I stream every Friday on YouTube from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time right here on this platform. If you guys want to get in, or not get in, if you guys want to contact me directly, there are a couple avenues you could do this. One of those avenues is Twitter. I'm on Twitter. I'm not an active speaker on Twitter, but I do keep an eye on it. If you DM me on Twitter, I will most likely respond. Just beware if you're a graphics design artist. I already have one, so I do not need another. Of course, I also have a Discord. People got to pay in to get into that. If you have a Twitch Prime sub on Twitch, or you have a Twitch account, consider going over there. I have plenty of ways to get there. Also, I have Patreon, and like $1 gets you into the Discord on Patreon, and $3 lets you get access to voting on on the Discord. We vote on games. Like, we voted on Mass Effect as a series on Twitch, and I plan on opening up the same process on YouTube as well. Just so people know. Like, once Grim Dawn is over and we either have extra stream days or, you know, in the case of the school term, people don't like Elix that much, I'm open to streaming other stuff. Absolutely. But I have already gabbed at you guys long enough. Thank you guys so much for stopping by. Or Steven, you could call me any of the... make sure to read the description. It's really important. Sorry, I had to throw the fat guy reference in there. As in Fat Guy 507. Yeah, and if I don't see you guys Sunday on Twitch, I will see you next Friday with some more of this on YouTube. Thank you guys so much. You guys are welcome in my hallowed halls anytime. I gotta go eat. Take care of yourselves, and bye-bye.